It's 9:30, and the March 25th, 2024 Building Standards Commission is now in session. Please stand and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there a motion and a second to accept the meeting from the February 25th, February 26th Building Standards Commission?
Motion to accept.
A motion by Mr. Black, second by Mr. Unell. Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to accept the minutes from the February hearing. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Aye. Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DeNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
That motion passes 9-0. Ms. Apia, will you please present the evidentiary packet? Apia, is there a motion and a second to accept the evidentiary packet? A motion by Mr. Black, second by Mr. Unell to accept the evidentiary packet. Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to accept the evidentiary packet. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DeNicola? Mr. Alou?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Yeah. Madam Secretary, we probably need to have the swearing in of our new folks here. So at this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to our Executive Secretary.
Mr. Hudgens? Do you want to come over here?
I, Steve Hudgens, do solemnly swear to affirm that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whensoever this case may be, so help me God.
Welcome. Thank you. Okay, and then we have Ms. Stephanie Thompson. Okay. You can just repeat after me. I, your name,
I, Stephanie Thompson,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I have not directly or indirectly paid,
that I have not directly or indirectly paid,
offered, promised to pay, contributed,
offered, promised to pay, contributed,
or promised to contribute any money or thing of value,
or promised to contribute any money or thing of value,
or promised any public office or employment
or promised any public office or employment
as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation,
as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation,
whichever the case may be, so help me God.
whichever the case may be, so help me God.
Hey, welcome.
In the name and By the authority of the state of Texas, I, Steve Hudgens, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties as a member of the Building Standards Commission for the City of Fort Worth, State of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of the state. So help me God.
Thank you, and welcome again. Okay, here's Stephanie. Okay. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I, your name,
I, Stephanie Thompson,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
as a member of the Building Standard Commission
as a member of the Building Standard Commission
for the city of Fort Worth
for the city of Fort Worth
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and of this state, so help me God.
and of the state, so help me God.
Let's welcome our new commissioners. Thank you. Madam Secretary, will anyone need the services of a translator today?
Yes.
I'll now swear in the translator, Ms. Scott. Will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translation you give today will be true and accurate to the best of your ability? Thank you, Ms. Scott. So at this time, will all those who intend to give testimony before this commission please rise, raise your right hand, and take the oath of truth? Will all those who intend to give, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may be seated. Madam Secretary, are there any cases to be withdrawn from today's agenda?
We do have 5 cases to withdraw from the agenda. We have administrative civil penalty case, residential, ACP 24-82, 2112 Ransom Terrace. We have ACP 24-84, 5150 Ollie Street. We have ACP 24-87, 2257 Sixth Avenue. ACP 2464, 915 Marion Avenue. ACP 24-65, 2512 Danish Avenue. And we do have a request to continue a case to the April 22nd, 2024 hearing, HS-24-77, 3527 Avenue M.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary.
As a matter of information, we would like for you to know that our commission members are not city employees, but rather citizens of Fort Worth who are appointed by the city council to serve on this board. Each member is highly qualified and capable of understanding the problems associated with repairing or demolishing a structure. The commission members involved in our session today are Mr. Paul Clark, Chairman, Mr. Brian Black, Vice Chairman, Mr. Michael Unell, Ms. Jennifer Ferguson, Mr. Tony DeNicola, Mr. Al Alou, Mr. Steve Hudgens, and Ms. Stephanie Thompson. Please note for the record that Mr. Castles and Mr. Edmonds are absent. The city employees involved in today's proceedings are Assistant Code Compliance Director Shannon Elder, Superintendents Oscar Reyes and Tony Hiller, Supervisors Kenneth Young, and Ty Kitchens all represent code compliance and present supporting evidence for cases that are heard. Executive Secretary Stephanie Cardona reads cases into official record and coordinates the meeting. Title Investigator Belinda Burns, Senior Administrative Assistant Stephanie Gonzalez all provide administrative support to city staff. Assistant City Attorney Dorina Pia provides information and legal guidance to city staff. Assistant City Attorney Harvey Fry provide information and legal guidance to commission. And code compliance officers Marilyn Turner Mims, Micheline Cooley, and Esteban Castillo. These officers will assist owners, lien holders, and our citizens who wish to speak at today's meeting, and they are your liaison with this commission. Judith Scott is the interpreter for today's meeting. The City of Fort Worth Code Compliance Department has requested a public hearing before this commission to seek a determination regarding whether each structure on the agenda is substandard and/or hazardous, to determine whether the owners of the properties on the agenda have allowed the accumulation of debris in violation of the code of the City of Fort Worth, and to issue orders directing the owners of the properties to correct these conditions within a specified time frame. Please note the commission cannot make determinations as to the highest and best use of land and/or whether the existing land use is compatible with adjacent neighborhoods. These issues and concerns should be addressed with the Planning and Zoning Commissions. The commission can only consider evidence presented for its review. If you are requesting more than 90 days to comply with an order, a written action plan with specified timelines should be presented. A ruling will be made based upon the preponderance of evidence presented by the owners, lien holders, mortgagees, or duly authorized representatives having power of attorney, along with relevant evidence presented by interested parties, interested groups, and city staff. The commission will hear cases in the order it appears on today's agenda, with cases where citizens are in attendance today to give testimony first, then back in order of agenda with cases where no one is in attendance. The commission will break for a work session at approximately noon. The following guidelines apply for presentations before the commission. Any member of the public who addresses the Building Standards Commission through a translator shall be given at least twice the amount of time as a member of the public who does not require the assistance of a translator, in order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to address the commission. City staff will present their case. The owners, lien holders, and our mortgagees of record will have the opportunity to cross-examine city staff. The owners, lien holders, and our mortgagees of record will present their case. City staff will have the opportunity to cross-examine the owners, lien holders, and our mortgagees of record. Interested parties will be given 3 minutes to present evidence or testimony about the case being presented before the commission. Groups of 5 or more individuals are given 7 minutes to present evidence or testimony about the case being presented before the commission. City staff will be allowed to present rebuttal testimony. The owners, lien holders, and our mortgagees of record will be allowed to cross-examine city staff. The owners, lien holders, and our mortgagees of record will be allowed to present rebuttal testimony. City staff will be allowed to cross-examine the owners, lien holders, and our mortgagees of record. The commissioners may ask questions and request further evidence of clarification as they deem appropriate. If you intend to participate in this hearing, please complete an appearance form and submit it to city staff located at the back of the room. To request more time to comply with the commission's order or to request a reduction in the amount of civil penalties, the owner, lien holder, or duly authorized representative may request an amendment to the Building Standards Commission order. This request must be submitted to the Executive Secretary of the Building Standards Commission before said order expires, or within 30 days of the effective date of a civil penalty order. This request may be made one time only. If you disagree with the order of this commission, you have the right to appeal to the Tarrant County District Court. This appeal must be filed within 30 days of the mailing date of order. Please turn all electronic devices off or to a silent mode, and if you are wearing a hat, please remove it at this time. When approaching the podium to speak, please adjust both microphones to your height so your testimony can be easily heard. Mr. Chairman?
So at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to withdraw the 5 cases as described by the Executive Secretary. We have a motion by Mr. Black.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Walker. I just happen to be looking that way. Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to withdraw the 5 cases from the agenda. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson? Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DeNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
That motion passes 9-0. And at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to continue the case described by the Executive Secretary, HS 2477. A motion by Mr. Black,
Second.
second by Mr. Alou. Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to continue case HS 24-77. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson? Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DeNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
That motion passes 9-0. Madam Secretary, will you call the first case?
We have new case residential, HS 24-74, 5613 Shiloh Drive. This is primary structure and accessory structure, AKA being Lot 4 and Block 31 of Harlem Hills addition to the city of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, according to the plat recorded in deed records of Tarrant County, Texas. Owner is Tanika L. Woodbury, Kimbra Blewett, Jarriet Blewett, Karma Gardner Jones, and Carolyn Gardner. There are no lien holders. We do have 4 appearance forms. This is from Tanika Woodbury, the owner. We have Ronald Gardner, interested party, Kimbra Blewett, owner, and Jarriet Blewett, owner.
Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer William Lowry.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll be presenting this case background. It originated January 16th, 2024. It was initiated by Officer Lowry. Fire date, January 16 of 2024. Notices, January 16th, 2024, and February 13th, 2024. No active permits on file as of today. Structure is vacant and secure. Administrative search warrant was served on 3/11. Interior can be seen by public view also in my earlier photos. Current owner's deed was recorded October 18th, 2021. Notice to appear at today's hearing was mailed and posted on the property March 4th, 2024. The structure is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to charred siding and with breaches to exterior walls, fire and water damaged electrical wiring and electrical outlets. Roof has breaches, damaged attic, vents, and fascia. Missing ceilings due to fire and water damage. Front door and several windows are completely missing. There are other conditions that contribute to the structure being in violation of minimum building standards ordinance, and they can be found on the included structure inspection report. There is one elementary and another school and a recreation center within 1 mile, and a couple of businesses of the property. I have not made personal contact with the owners, but all of my mail had been returned. But I posted a notice on Friday on one that lived locally here in Arlington. Staff recommends that Building Standards Commission declare the structure to be substandard and hazardous, that the owner be given 30 days to repair or demolish the structure. If the owner does not comply with the order, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of the structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. That's the end of my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Lowry. Commissioners, questions for the officer? Hearing none. Which of you would like to speak first? Are you an owner, sir? Okay. If you would approach the podium. And if you could please state your name and city of residence for the record.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Blewett. City of residence is Bossier City, Louisiana.
Thank you, sir. So you've heard Officer Lowry's testimony. Do you have any questions regarding his testimony?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. And what would you like us to know about this property?
So just give you a little background. This is my father and 2 aunts' residence. My aunt passed away, I believe it was early 2000s. My father was tragically killed my freshman year in college by a drunk driver. So my sisters were in their late 20s. I was 17 at the time. So at the time, we tried to resolve all his issues. We actually took care of property outside of state just to make sure we had everything in order. We were actually unaware of the ownership's rights and how it was basically distributed as far as this residence. We have a great relationship with our Uncle Ron, who is my aunt's husband, and our first cousins. They live here locally in Arlington and surrounding areas, so we knew at the time they were renting it out and handling things in that regard, so it's not something that we emphasize. I actually did not know the ownership structure until I received the letters from this office, which makes me and my sisters 1/6, altogether 3/6, so 50% properties of the owner. Of course, we would like to reconcile this and to basically take care of my aunt and father's childhood home. We just had to get together as a family to get the right information and know what's what and what's going on with that. I know for me personally, like I said, we do want to take care of the structure. It's just that we just recently found out the information. We also had issues with the insurance department. Uncle Ron informed us that there are only 3 owners on the check. One of them was missing, was my sister, who was actually the oldest, so I'm not sure how that happened. I think there might have been confusion with the insurance. I'm actually directly named after my grandfather, the original owner of the house, so I think that might have been the issue, but we are actively working. We do have a plan set up to go ahead and resolve this issue and to take care of it. We do take pride in that community. We're a military family, so we moved around a lot, but we'd always come here in the summers and spend time, especially the 4th of July parade in that area, so we do take great pride in that area, and of course, it's our parents' home, so we're working to resolve it as soon as possible. It was just really not, in our opinion, it wasn't a matter of negligence, it's just a matter of not knowing. And so now that we are aware, I can assure you we will take care of it as soon as possible.
And you mentioned that you have plans to rehabilitate this property. Can you share with us in general what your plans are?
Well, I'm not an architectural expert. I would like to hope it could be salvaged in some way, but from the pictures that you guys have shown, I'm not seeing it. So we've already communicated with 2 different businesses that actually do demolition and just really getting bids out for that. Our issue now is just cashing the insurance check, which we did receive, but making sure the names are properly. And then our sister's plan too, as 50% owners, just to make sure everything's in good order. I know for me personally, in my profession, I have to disclose everything as a financial advisor into what I'm ownership on and what I have ownership properties of. And so I have to take care of that on my side, but I don't plan on that holding up this in any sort of way, but just getting everything structured to where we can handle it. Like I said, we have a great relationship as a family, but we just have to get it structured, okay, 50% ownership, 50% ownership, and pay taxes together, and also for the properties to be dissolved together.
So if I could kind of summarize, you think your intent right now is to demolish this property and rebuild on the lot, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you do that, once the structure's raised, your business with this commission is ended, because that's kind of what the city is asking. What time would you, so the city is asking us to issue an order for you to repair or demolish within 30 days. What time would you ask for us to give you to get this resolved?
If I was honest, I'd add 60, just dealing with the insurance company, but if I could, I'd defer to my Uncle Ron
Okay.
or sister, just because
Sure.
they might have a better opinion on it than me.
I understand. We'll hear everybody that wants to speak, okay?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else Commissioners, other questions for this owner? Okay, is there anything else that you'd like us to know?
I said, I just kind of want to give you a background, understanding, and let you know that we do care.
Yeah, I understand. And it's good that we hear that you have what your plans are, and that's good to hear. If there's nothing else, I'm going to call does anyone else want to speak from your group? You have the opportunity, you're not required to, but if you would like to speak, we'll certainly be willing to hear you. Okay, please. And if you could state your name and your city of residence for the record.
Good morning. My name is Ronald Gardner. I'm from Arlington, Texas, and
Okay.
I'm speaking on behalf of
If you
my
could
wife.
give me just one moment. So because you're an interested party, you're limited to 3 minutes to speak. And I'm going to ask our executive secretary to give something there.
Yes, if they could, this is evidence of the point that we do have the necessary funds to start the demolition. And I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, which is, I have a power attorney.
Is she an owner? Is your wife part of the on the ownership group?
She's the owner because she's the last living sibling,
And her name, please, sir?
Marilyn Gardner.
And if you have the power of attorney, do you have it with you by chance?
sir.
If you don't mind showing it, just so, or if you could let our attorney just take a quick look at it, just, that gives you more rights if you do that. Right here, sir. This young lady right here. Let's pass this on, let Harvey take a look quick. If you're considered an owner, you have more rights and ability to speak than if you're just an interested party. So that's why we want to go ahead and get this done. No, I understand, but this will give you full rights to as an owner, sir. Okay. So we're going to consider you an owner and not an interested party. So please, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but please continue.
My nephew there, Jared Blewett, he pretty much summarized everything I was going to say. One of the things I want to say, I'm sorry that it even ever happened. Of course, it took us a little while before we even knew that the house was burned down. And people that I didn't even know called me because I paid taxes on the house. They picked my name up on that. But once we found out, we began to file a claim to try to go through the process of letting the insurance know. Our biggest delay was because the insurance company took almost 2 months before they issued this check. And violations were put out. And of course, one of the things that was a violation was a shed. My little money went on, paid that to have it tore down. But the issue was really having the necessary money to do what was needed to be done. Most of the persons that I've talked to that came out and looked at this house said it was a tear down. So I think we're in agreement to go ahead and tear the house down, have it demolished, and all the debris towed away, and get it back in standards of which Fort Worth is trying to keep these communities are. I'm proud of Fort Worth. I grew up and born and raised in Fort Worth. Of course, I've lived in Arlington longer than I have Fort Worth now. But it's good to know that y'all are concerned about the various communities in Fort Worth. And I'm sorry to say that we're part of looking like we're irresponsible, but we're not irresponsible people. We're here to deal with this in a way that will be according to the violating codes of Fort Worth, and to get things right, made right. We just ask if you give us a little leniency, give us some time to get this done, because I've been talking with some people that deals with demolition and things, and try to get this stuff done so that we get this check signed off by these owners here. We'll get this work started. I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to talk and say what I had to say.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioners, we have questions for Mr. Gardner. Ms. Apia?
Briefly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Mr. Blewett.
Mr. Blewis, if you don't mind.
Good morning, sir. I just wanted to clarify something. You stated that the reason for the 60-day request is that you're dealing with insurance. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We reviewed the affidavit of heirship here for this county, and it has my aunt Marilyn Garner listed as 50% owner, and my three sisters as 1/6, making the other 50%. But the check wasn't issued with her name on it, and we didn't know if that would be an issue, or we're gonna work together and figure it out. So we just wanted to make sure the paperwork was in order, so everybody had the right liability and ownership structure.
But you do have the funds for the demolition. Is that correct?
Yes, but the check doesn't include one of the ownerships.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. Ms. Apia, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. The city requests that the structure be declared substandard and hazardous. The city further requests that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, that city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Are we allowed to ask for 60 days?
Thank you, Ms. Apia. So, Mr. Blewett, now is your opportunity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm really not trying to prolong it. I just know.
No.
Yeah, just,
no, I understand this is your first
yes, sir.
hearing here. So you've heard what the city's asked of us.
ma'am.
So now this is your opportunity to ask what you would like us to decide.
Are we comfortable with 60 or not?
If you're going to give testimony, I might ask you to do that on the record. Yeah, you certainly can.
They're my older sisters. I'm gonna let them.
I understand. And so before you speak, if you could state your name and city of residence for the record.
Kimbra Blewett, College Station, Texas.
Tanika Woodbury, and I'm in Copperas Cove, Texas.
Thank you. And so, again, we're kind of winding this hearing down. So the city's asked us to look at, to declare the structure substandard and hazardous, and ask that we issue an order to repair, demolish within 30 days. So what would you ask of us that might be different from that?
Being that we had such a difficult time with the insurance company and my uncle fighting to get a check in 2 months, my sister, who is the oldest of us, was not on that particular check. And as an owner, it is her right to be on that check. So that may take another 60 days to reissue a check. The insurance company has given my uncle a hard time, and now we're stepping in that process. But I don't know, we're at the mercy of the insurance company to reissue the check. So I don't think 30 days is gonna be sufficient. I would prefer to at least get 60 days so that we can receive more information.
Thank you.
I don't have a legal background, but I'm willing to go on ahead and let them cash the check and get it done, because I just want it to be done. But I would request that a longer time period, since we're out of town and we're trying to work. Today, we are trying to meet with people to tear it down, so just to give us that time. But we're willing to drive back up here and try to get it done. But I just think 30 days is too quick with us trying to deal with stuff out of town and work with people. Yes.
Thank you so much. Ms. Apia, anything further?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. So at this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor for a motion and a second. Mr. Unell, Mr. Hudgens, we're going to pass on this one. Is that correct? Mr. Unell?
I move that the structure be declared substandard and hazardous.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Unell and a second by Ms. Ferguson. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to declare the structure substandard and hazardous. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell?
Aye.
Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DeNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Liu?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
That motion passes 9-0. Mr. Unell?
I move that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structure within 60 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 60 days, that city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mr. Unell, second by Ms. Ferguson for a 60-day repair demolish order. Do you have any discussion on this motion?
I'll probably support it, but I would have gone a little bit less based on the fact that it's open and everything needs to be. I probably would have done 45, but I'm not going to.
It's your opportunity to issue a substitute, Mr. Black, if that's what you
I'll
choose.
go along. I would just.
I understand. I understand your point of view. Any other comment, question on this motion? Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to order repair and structure in 60 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker? Mr. DeNicola? Mr. Liu?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
And that motion passes 9-0. So this commission has found the structure to be substandard and hazardous and has ordered the owners to repair or demolish the structure within 60 days. Repair or demolish the structure within 60 days. If the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 60 days, authorizes city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 60 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days, the date the city mails a copy of our order. Commission also gives notice that failure on the part of the owner to comply with today's order may result in the scheduling and conducting of a civil penalty hearing to determine the amount of penalty to be paid. So we do have an amendment process. So if you find that you need more time within the 60 days that we've done this, you can file an amendment with the executive secretary and request additional time to resolve this. I encourage you to stay in contact with your code officer. Do you have contact information of Officer Lowry? He's here up the back, and you can speak with, right here, right behind you. The accessory structure, I believe, has been demolished. Is that, it wasn't issued on the order. So if you could stay in contact with him, and he's great help. He can answer your questions about how this moves along and even help you direct you how to file your amendment if it's needed. So we really appreciate your participation and your care that you're taking toward resolving this issue. Thanks for attending today, and we wish you the best in resolving this. Madam Secretary.
The next case we have is new case residential HS 24-75, 511 Corinth Street, primary structure and accessory structure, AKA Lot 11-R, Block 4, of Carson subdivision in addition to the city of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, according to the plat thereof recorded in volume 388-46, page 946 of the plat records, Tarrant County, Texas. Owner is Hill Real Estate Investments, LLC. Lien holders are Metroplex Hard Money, LLC, and Berna Smelzer. We do have an appearance form from owner Spencer Hill.
Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Max Morris.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Max Morris, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of Fort Worth Building Standards Division. I will present evidence regarding the primary and accessory structure located at 511 Carnes Street. Case background. Case originated December 14th, 2023. This case was initiated by Officer Morris, Max. Fire date, December 13th, 2023, January 25th, 2024. Notices, December 14th, 2023, January 18th, 2024, January 25th, 2024, March 4th, 2024. Active permits on file, residential racing permit, PV 24, TAC 00044, approved February 9th, 2024. Structures are vacant and open. Inspection was conducted on March 8th, 2024. Spencer and Destiny Hill, owner Hill Real Estate Investment, gave permission to enter on the property by email. Current owner's deed was recorded May 20th, 2022. Notice to appear at today's hearing was mailed and posted on property on March 4th, 2024. The primary structure is currently in substandard and hazardous condition due to significant damage to the structure integrity due to fire. Main beams and studs are charred and compromised. Portions of walls are missing, exposing interior to the elements. Windows are missing and shattered due to fire. Siding and exterior finishes are fire damage in multiple locations. Extensive fire and smoke damage throughout the interior of structure. Ceilings, floors, and walls are charred, soot covered, and structurally compromised. Electrical system compromised due to exposure of fire and heat. The property poses significant safety hazards due to its weakened structural components. Breaches and significant fire damage to roof, exposing the interior to further damage from weather elements. The accessory structure is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to roof breaches with fire damage, wall partially missing and charred, wall studs charred and missing, roof framing and rafters charred and compromised. There are other conditions that contribute to these structures being in violation of the minimum building standards ordinance, and they can be found and included in the structure inspection report. I will add there are several businesses, 7 schools, 8 churches, 2 parks, 2 daycares within 1 mile of structure. Staff recommends that the Building Standards Commission declare the primary and secondary structure to be substandard and hazardous. That the owner be given 30 days to repair or demolish the structure. If the owner does not comply with said order, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Morris. Commissioners, Mr. Black.
Does the raising permit cover the structure and accessory structure, or does it have to be 2 different ones, or?
I believe in the details it did cover both.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Unell?
Good morning. I notice in looking at the pictures, and I believe in your testimony, I believe, or let me rephrase that. To the extent that the property can be secured, is it?
At this time, you can see that, we're using chain link fence to secure all the main open areas that are an issue, but they keep getting broken into, so the city has gone multiple times to resecure the property.
And that was my question. I noticed the chain link on the sides and in the back. The one picture of the front that shows the two windows boarded up. If we could stop on this slide 10, where is that?
That is at the rear of this primary structure.
So nothing across the front,
The front of the home is secured.
but it's not
boarding.
preventing anyone from going in on the sides.
Correct. through
And
the
then
driveway.
okay, thanks.
Other questions for the officer? Mr. Hill? Good morning. If you could state your name and city of residence for the record?
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Spencer Hill, and Fort Worth is my home.
Thank you. And what relation do you have with the deeded owner?
I am the owner. of
Okay,
the LLC.
thank you. Just want to make that on the record. So you've heard the testimony of the code officer. Do you have any questions regarding his testimony?
No, sir. On the fence link that you brought up, we actually talked with the city. We had the code compliance come out, and that was the best thing they said we could do at the time, other than, I guess, fencing off the whole property. So we actually own the property next to it as well. And on the permits, I have all the paperwork here. We're demolishing everything and clearing the lots.
So, and when are you scheduling this?
So I'm requesting 90 days. The issue is we already have the permits pulled. We're dealing with asbestos removal in the state, so we're trying to figure all that out. We have the bids on that as well, and we have the survey completed on that, but we're working on the bid pricing, all that to get it completed. So you have to do the abatement.
Okay, so
With asbestos, you have to do an abatement. The state's requiring us, where originally we only thought we had to do one building, but they're asking us to do both, even this house, which it's half burnt down.
Okay. Do you mind educating us a little bit? So,
Yes,
so
yeah.
we have permit process, and then as part of the permit, you look for asbestos.
Yeah, so you have to do a
discovered it.
survey, yes, we
You
discovered
discovered asbestos. Now you have the abatement, and
So
then
exactly. So because we own the structure next to it, there's a commercial property we own right by it, and then we own this house. Typically, we thought we only had to do the commercial building asbestos removal, and this house wouldn't be an issue. But the state is now requiring us to do the removal of that as well.
Okay.
And so it kind of causes more movement in the process.
Great. So you're requesting 90 days to complete this demolition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
No, I have these copies if you want to look at this. This is the approved bid on the demo, the survey on the asbestos, and then the asbestos abatements bid as well.
Commissioners, do we want to add that to the record? Are we interested in seeing that? Anyone? Thanks for bringing it. We'll accept your testimony with that. Commissioners, Mr. Black?
No, thanks for coming.
Yes, sir.
So it looks like you've had this since May of 2022?
Yes, sir.
What have you done with it in the time between then and the fire?
So honestly, it's been empty. It was secured, but the homeless issue has picked up and they keep breaking in. We keep securing the property and they keep breaking in. And then during that process, the commercial building, we purchased that, I believe, it was like 6 or 8 months later, and then we're combining it. So it's a whole entire project. And honestly, it was secure for a while, but then once the homeless kept getting in, they burned it down.
And then,
But we've been securing it the whole time. We've been using our crews, boarding it up. We went long stretches where it was fine, but now it's an issue.
so I guess the first fire was December 14th of last year. Why haven't you, I guess, what have you not done in the interim? Why all of a sudden now are we getting the grazing permit?
So just the process of everything, because this is on this part of it, it's the cash part. We have to we're doing all this ourselves. So honestly, I didn't know about the fire till probably closer to January. I hate to say that, but I didn't realize that we didn't get notified till later on. The city got with us, but I didn't know it burned down. And I didn't know it wasn't, the first fire wasn't as bad. There was 2 fires, and then it made it a lot worse.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Unell?
The asbestos is in the commercial building.
It's in both technically.
Okay. Was the commercial building damaged from the fire?
Not damaged in the fire. We are having homeless issues there too, though. So we are boarding it up. We're securing it. We have to go re-secure it tomorrow as well because they keep getting in. But we're doing this whole thing all at once to make it's cost effective, and then it clears this issue up.
Have you discussed with the abatement contractor to do the demo of the structure as well?
So they're basically, yes, so the demo company's working with the asbestos company. They're both working together, but we are getting other bids for the asbestos removal because of the cost reasons for it. And honestly, you wouldn't think we would have to do the single-family home structure, but we do. The state's requiring it.
And I'm following back up on the fencing and security of the property specifically because of your request for 90 days. Would you all consider putting up a taller fence, maybe one of the ones with the mesh infill and, maybe something taller that could serve as a further deterrent?
No, I completely understand that. That's what we actually planned on doing. The issue is the homeless is an issue. Somehow, they break into anything. They're cutting the boards up. They have tools. It would work, but honestly, they'd probably get in pretty quickly. And that's why when we went out there and had the meeting with city, they're like, hey, this is the best thing for now. But they're going to get back in. It's an issue. No, thank you.
Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
No, sir, that'll be it for today.
All right, thank you. Ms. Apia, do you have any questions for the owner?
No questions.
Mr. DiNicola has a question. I'm sorry, Ms. Apia.
What's the time frame for asbestos removal? I have some experience with asbestos, and it can take a long time.
So they're saying it's pretty quickly. They can once they get in, they can move pretty quickly. Well, I would give it probably 30 days to 45 days. Honestly, the work should be less than that, but...
Yeah, but to get permits and stuff, how much time?
Honestly, maybe 60 days then. Yeah, because the permit, that's another thing. And then they have to test the air. There's a process to it. So there has to be a third-party company in there testing the air while we're doing it. There's permits for that.
The process will take longer than removing the asbestos.
Yeah, so that's why I'm requesting the 90 days. Because we're in the steps of, honestly, starting the project in a matter of weeks. We just need to get this cleared up with the asbestos. And they've already talked to the state and we've already done the survey as well and sent it to the state. So they already know we're in that part of the process. So the permitting, the demo company's been doing the permits and working with the asbestos company. They would have a better timeline on that part, but that's why we're requesting 90 days.
Okay, because that can run, just for the board's information, that can run some time, that whole process. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. DiNicola. Now, Ms. Apia, I'm sorry, do you have questions for the property owner?
The city has no questions and is prepared to close. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Apia.
The city requests that the structures be declared substandard and hazardous. The city further requests that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structures within 30 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structures within 30 days, that city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structures and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. The reason for the 30-day request is, as you can see from the photos, this property is off of a busy interstate, and you heard testimony that it's vacant and open. There are safety hazards due to the weakened structural components. There are a number of gathering places within the vicinity of this structure, and you also heard testimony from the owners that there are issues with people getting onto the property, no matter what kind of barrier is there. So given the interests of the community, the city will ask that the 30-day order be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. Can you give me just a second? So Ms. Apia, I have a question I'd like to pose to you. So we've heard the testimony of the property owner and regarding the steps he's taken to deal with this property. He's obtained a raising permit. His testimony says that he has identified asbestos on the property and that he is earnestly pursuing efforts to abate the asbestos and then demolish the structure. Issuing a 30-day order would put that requirement on the city, who would have to go do all those things that this property owner has done in terms of identifying. It may have to start over because it'll be the city's contractor's responsibility to do those things, to identify the asbestos and then to abate the nuisance. It doesn't seem to me that 30 days is even practical. So why would the city ask for a timeline that's impractical or impossible? So can you explain that to me?
To address this, may I call Oscar Reyes?
You may.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. We were looking at the severity of the conditions of the structure the way it is, but after hearing the testimony, the city is unopposed to the 90 days request.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reyes. I really appreciate that. Okay, so Mr. Hill, you've heard the testimony of the city and their request. So they've asked that we declare the structure to be substandard and hazardous, and they've asked that we issue a 90-day repair demolish order. Is there anything else that you would ask of us?
No, sir, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill. Ms. Apia, is there anything else to add?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. At this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor for a motion in a second. Ms. Ferguson?
I move that the structures be declared substandard and hazardous.
Second.
So we have a motion by Ms. Ferguson and second by, is that Mr. Walker? Is that correct? And this is the structure, so it's the primary and accessory structure. Any discussion on this? Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to declare the structures substandard and hazardous. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Yes. Mr. Hudgens? Yes. Mr. Unell? Aye. Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker? Mr. DeNicola?
Yes?
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
And that motion passes 9-0. Ms. Ferguson?
I move that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structures within 90 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structures within 90 days, that the city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structures and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Second.
So a motion by Ms. Ferguson, second by Mr. Walker for a 90-day repair demolish order. Any discussion on this?
Yes.
Mr. Unell?
I will not be supporting this motion, and after further discussion, we'll make a substitute motion. I am very impressed with the owner's testimony, the efforts that he has made with getting the permit from the city, getting bids from demo contractor, abatement contractor, et cetera. However, I believe that there is a timeline upon submitting the application to the state for the abatement, and knowing, if you will, what that timeline is, or believing to know what that timeline is, 90 days is an excessive amount of time. If ever there were a case.
Be careful about giving testimony from the DA.
I believe in, excuse me, Mr. Clark, but if the public portion is closed and this is a discussion for us, then that's fine, no further comments about that. If ever there were a case where I would support or be in a amendment, this would be one of those where I would like to see the owner continue to do the process, come back in a month, give us an update, and then consider additional time at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Unell.
I agree, the 90 days I think is too much based on the severity. We've already known there's been homeless people coming in constantly. I fear that it may fall and injure someone. So I think 90 days is too much. I think with a 30-day order, if it's in process, the city's going to work with the owner, knowing that it's going on. So I think 90 days is too much. But
Other comments, Mr. Alou?
I'm in agreement with the 90 days. I know that asbestos is a big problem, and I know there's a lot of red tape involved with that. What I would like to possibly see is maybe some kind of temporary fencing structure that is a little bit more permanent than what I saw there. It looks like it's just some chain link fence from Home Depot, but I know that there's companies out there that provide professional fencing that probably would be a little bit more secure than what I saw in the picture.
Mr. Walker, do you have anything to add? Other comments? Mr. DiNicola?
Yeah, I'd like to stick with the 90 days. He's going to get it done as fast as he can. And it may be able to be done in less than 90 days, but I'd rather give him the time and not have to come back, because he's already started the process. He's just going to continue with the process. And if he gets it done in less time than that, fine, but he's dealing with some things that can take some unexpected time. And removing asbestos is a hands-on operation, very tedious. So you can't just go in there and rip it out. You've got all kinds of safety things you've got to do to protect the people around the building. And this is an open building. So it's going to take some time to screen it off and protect the environment and put a negative air pressure in there. It's not just like tearing down a building where you just go down there and tear it down.
Mr. Clark, as a follow-up, we have had 2 commissioners that have alluded to testimony of information that they have. As I said a moment ago, I will refrain from doing so. And it appears evident from listening to some of the comments that the 90 days may very likely pass. However, I again go back to an amendment that could be made by the owner to come back and give us that update where they stand with the city, the state and the abatement process. And at that point, the commission could then grant additional time. But I will not support the 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Unell. Other comments? Mr. Unell, you made mention of a substitute motion. Would you like to do that at this time? Okay, thank you. Mr. Black, interest? Okay. Let's see. We have a motion for 90 days, correct? Madam Secretary, let's call the vote. This is for a 90-day repair, demolish.
This is a motion to order repair the structures within 90 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DeNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-2. So this commission has declared the structures to be substandard structures. So we have the primary and accessory structures to be substandard and hazardous, and has ordered the owner to repair or demolish the structures within 90 days. And if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structures within 90 days, authorizes city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 90 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days of the date the city mails a copy of our order. Commission also gives notice that failure on the part of the owner to comply with today's order may result in the scheduling and conducting of a civil penalty hearing to determine the amount of penalty to be paid. Mr. Hill, we encourage you to stay in contact with your code officer, Officer Morris. We do have an amendment process. If you're having problems with your permitting and whatever, we encourage you to keep the code officer informed of your progress.
Yeah, perfect.
And so better communication is better for everyone.
Perfect.
And we
Sounds
wish
good.
you the best in resolving this.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you. Anybody need a break now, or are we doing okay? All right, Madam Secretary.
Next case is a new case residential. This is HS 24-76, 9604 South Freeway. Primary structure, AKA a 0.599 acre tract of land out of the J.B. Renfro Survey. Abstract number 1273 in Tarrant County, Texas, and being all of a 0.045 acre tract of land out of said Renfro survey conveyed to Dick D. Dickerson and Roy W. Davis by deed recorded in volume 4510, page 394, deed records, Tarrant County, Texas, and the portion of a tract out of said survey conveyed to S.D. Dickerson by deed recorded in volume 1919, page 31, deed records, Tarrant County, Texas, and being more particularly described by metes and bounds. Owner is Dickerson Automotive, Inc. Lien holder is Summit Bank, N.A. We do have an appearance form from interested party James Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Marilyn Turner Mims.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Marilyn Turner Mims, Code Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Worth Building Standards Division. At this time, I would like to present evidence for the property located at 9604 South Freeway. This case originated January the 8th of 2024. The case was initiated by Officer Chanel. The notices were sent out on January the 8th of 2024 and February the 7th of 2024. There are no active permits on file. The structure is vacant and secure. Inspection was conducted on March the 11th, 2024 with James Bennett. The husband of the owner was present. Current owner's deed was recorded on March the 2nd of 1982. Notices to appear at today's hearing was mailed and posted on the property on March the 4th of 2024. The structure is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to the roof is sagging with missing and deteriorated shingles and decking. The interior walls are missing with breaches and exposed wall studs. The ceiling has breaches with exposed ceiling joists and rafters. There's biological growth on the ceiling and a decomposed animals inside the structure. There are other conditions that add to this structure being in violation of the minimum building standards ordinance, and they can be found on the included structure inspection report. This case originated on January the 8th of 2024 due to a complaint reported at this location. I have had the opportunity to speak with the owner, Deborah Bennett, and her husband, James Bennett, regarding the violation on the property. Mr. Bennett met me at the location on the 11th of March to do an interior inspection for this meeting. Both of them stated that they were in the process of selling the property. The structure had been boarded up by the owners, but there were no change made to the structure at the time of my last inspection, which was on Friday, the 22nd of March. Also, the structure remains in a substandard and hazardous condition. There are no schools within a mile from this location, but there are several gathering places and businesses and also it is on the corner, right on the corner of I-35 Interstate and Reisinger. In closing, staff recommends that the Building Standards Commission declares the structure to be substandard and hazardous, that the owner to be given 30 days to repair or demolish the structure. If the owner does not comply with the said order, to authorize the city staff to enter into the property and cause demolition to the said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. This is the end of my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Turner Mims. Commissioners, questions for the officer? Hearing none. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's James Bennett.
If you could maybe pull that mic down a little bit so we can get you, there we go. If you could please state your name and city of residence for the record.
James Bennett, Fort Worth, Texas.
Thank you, sir. So you've heard the officer, the testimony of the code officer. Do you have any questions regarding her testimony?
No, what she said was pretty much the truth.
What can you tell us about this property?
Okay, we do have it under contract with Racetrack. They're requesting a 90-day extension on the contract because of the freeway coming in at that area. And also, I'm trying to get a 90-day extension on it for their extension, to have them tear it down.
So did you bring the contract with you today?
I got it on my phone. I didn't have time to print it off.
Got it.
Because my realtor just told me that we was gonna have to prepare today.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. So you have a contract to sell with a commercial entity, Racetrack gas station, I guess?
Yes, sir.
And then that contract is going to close in 90 days or is scheduled to close in 90 days? Is that-
Right, yeah, they should close this month, but they're asking for 90-day extension due to the freeway.
Okay. And so what would you ask of us in terms of our decision?
90 days.
90 days, you'd like 90 days.
Yes,
Is there anything else that you'd like us to know?
Like I say, we just got a contract. We're trying to get rid of it and get it demolished.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Black?
If the contract falls through with Racetrack, do you plan to tear it down within that same 90 days? So if we were to grant 90 days and they backed out, you would tear it down at that
Yes,
time?
sir.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Apia, do you have any questions for the property owner?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you have a closing date with Racetrack for the contract?
Not right this moment, like I say, they're asking for a 90-day extension.
But they haven't given you a closing date? No further questions, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. Would you like to close?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city requests that the structure be declared substandard and hazardous. The city further requests that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, that city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. Heard testimony that there are numbering gathering places, and this property is right next to busy Interstate I-35, and the commission has not heard any testimony regarding any specific dates for the sale with Racetrack or has been provided a contract.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. So, Mr. Bennett, you've heard what the city's asked of us. They've asked that we declare the structure substandard and hazardous and that we issue a 30-day repair demolish order. Is there anything other than you've previously stated that you would ask of us? You've asked 90 days. Is there anything else?
90 days, and I see the grass is needing mowing. I will get that taken care of.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Ms. Apia, anything further?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. This time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor for a motion to second. Mr. Walker.
I move that the structure be declared substandard and hazardous.
I second that.
So a motion by Mr. Walker, second by Mr. Alou. Do we have any discussion? Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to declare the structure substandard and hazardous. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson? Mr. Walker? Mr. DeNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
That motion passes 9-0. Mr. Walker.
I move that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structure within 90 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 90 days, that the city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Do you have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Walker, second by Mr. Alou for a 90-day repair demolish order. We have discussion. Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to order repair of the structure within 90 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson? Mr. Walker? Mr. DeNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
And that motion passes 9-0. So this commission has declared the structure to be substandard and hazardous and has ordered the owner to repair or demolish the structure within 90 days. If the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 90 days, authorizes city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 90 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days of the date the city mails a copy of our order. The city also gives notice that failure on the part of the owner to comply with today's order may result in the scheduling and conducting of a civil penalty hearing to determine the amount of penalty to be paid. So, Mr. Bennett, we have an amendment process. If this drags out longer, you can always file an amendment and ask for additional time. We encourage you to take care of all the mowing and stuff like that, so we don't have a nuisance issue. Please stay in contact with your code officer. If you don't have her contact information, if you could take care of that.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Bennett, thanks so much for attending today.
Thank you, counsel.
All right, bye now. We'll hear, Madam Secretary, let's hear one more.
Next case is a new case residential HS 24-78, 3662 Forbes Street, primary structure, AKA lot, tract and parcel of land situated in Tarrant County, Texas, and being Lot D of Fannie Lee Norris, subdivision of Lot 1 in Block 36 of Englewood Heights, third filing, in addition to the City of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, according to the revised plat thereof as recorded in Volume 388-D, page 561 of the plat records of Tarrant County, Texas. Owner is Otis E. Johnson and Willie F. Stogner. There are no lien holders. We do have an appearance form from interested party Jacqueline Stafford.
You just have a seat at the table, okay? Thank you so much. Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Ian Shadell.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Ian Shadell. I'm a code officer for the City of Fort Worth Building Standards Division. I'm presenting evidence concerning case HS 24-78 at 3662 Forbes Street. This case was originated on January 5th, 2024, in response to a fire on January 4th, 2024. It was initiated by myself. Notices were sent out on January 5th, as well as February 7th, 2024. There are no active permits on file at this time. The structure is currently vacant and secure. Inspection was conducted on March 6th, 2024, with Jacqueline Stafford present, who is in care and control of the property. The current owner's deed was recorded on August 23rd of 1974. Notices to appear to today's hearing were mailed and posted on the property on March 4th, 2024. This structure is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to fire-damaged walls and roof with severe charring, fire-damaged electrical, plumbing, and mechanical systems, damaged flooring with insulation and charred debris throughout the structure, and the roof and walls have breaches. There are other conditions that contribute to the structure being in violation of the minimum building standards ordinance, and they can be found on the included structure inspection report. Within 1 mile of this property lie 3 schools, 3 parks, a public library, public county facilities, and numerous commercial properties. Staff recommends that the Building Standards Commission declare this structure to be substandard and hazardous, that the owner be given 30 days to repair or demolish the structure, and if the owner does not comply with said order, to authorize city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure, leaning all costs associated with the demolition against the property. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Shadle. Commissioners, questions for the officer? Hearing none. Ms. Stafford? Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you
My
please,
name-
if you could state your name and city of residence for the record?
Jacqueline Stafford, Fort Worth, Texas.
And if you could tell us your relationship with the property?
Well, Mr. Johnson passed in 2000, and he required that I would take care of the property and take care of the tax and stuff. So it's not really in my name, so that's what I'm trying to see what best in my interest of doing, getting things straightened out, so I don't know.
Okay, so that's really not something that we can address. We can just address the property itself.
Oh, okay,
So do you have any intention to, in terms of taking care of this property further, or are you seeking legal advice from an attorney to find out what your options are at this point?
I'm not an heir owner, yes, I'm just seeking.
Okay. And is there anything else you'd like us to know about this property?
That's it.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Black.
So if it got straightened out and they said that you were the heir or that it was your home at this point, what would you do? What would your next steps be with it?
To do for the apartment, for the property, I would repair it.
You would try to repair
Try to
versus tear it
repair it.
down?
Yes, or
And
tear
then-
it down.
Have you had anybody come look to see if it can even be repaired?
I had a guy that's supposed to come out, but you know how that is. They never, well, I'll be there, then something else come up, so that's where I'm at right now, so.
And prior to the fire, was anyone staying in it, or was it?
Yes, it was a girl and her son staying there.
Okay, so it was occupied before the fire?
Yes,
Okay.
try to keep it occupied so it wouldn't get caught on fire, because we had peoples running around and, like you say, homeless peoples, but that didn't work.
Have y'all had any issues with anybody trying to get into it now, after the fire?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question.
Mr. Janelle.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You indicated that Mr. Johnson had requested you to care for the property. Did he give you, or do you have a power of attorney
That's what we didn't get straightened out. He had passed it. We was working on it, but he passed away before we got everything in order.
Okay, thanks.
I have one question.
Mr. Lou.
So if you do get the right to be the representative of this house, do you have the financial means to fix it? Or do you-
Yes. Fix it or tear it down.
Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Apia?
No questions, prepared to
Would you like
close.
to close? Go ahead.
Thank you. The city requests that the structure be declared substandard and hazardous. The city further requests that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, that city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the owner, against the property, excuse me.
Thank you. And Ms. Stafford, since you're not the owner, our discussion is pretty much over. So
Okay.
I appreciate you coming.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor for a motion in a second. Mr. DiNicola.
Second that.
So a motion by Mr. DiNicola and a second by Mr. Alou. Maybe discussion? Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to declare the structure substandard and hazardous. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DiNicola? Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
That motion passes 9-0. Mr. DiNicola.
I move the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, and the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, the city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Second.
So a motion by Mr. DiNicola, second by Mr. Alou for a 30-day repair demolish order. We have discussion? Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to order or repair the structure within 30 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DiNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
And that motion passes 9-0. This commission has declared the structure to be substandard and hazardous and has ordered the owner to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days. If the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, authorizes city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 30 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days the date the city mails a copy of our order. Commission also gives notice that failure on the part of the owner to comply with today's order may result in the scheduling, conducting of a civil penalty hearing to enter the amount of penalty to be paid. Ms. Stafford, is she still present? Okay. All right. It's 10 o'clock. Let's take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 10:15. So at this time, that clock says 10 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock. At this time, let's take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 11:15. It's 10:15 and, or excuse me, 11:15, and the Building Standards Commission is back in session. Madam Secretary, could you call the next case?
Okay, next case will be a new case residential, HS 2479, 605 East Robert Street, primary structure and accessory structure, AKA Lot 17, Block 3, West Morningside addition to the city of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, according to plat recorded in volume 1049, page 399, deed records of Tarrant County, Texas, owners Eddie Mae Young and Cleveland Young Jr. Lien holder is the city of Fort Worth, Linebarger, Gogan, Blair, and Sampson, LLP. We do have an appearance form from interested party, Austin King.
Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Ian Shadell.
Good morning, Commission. Ian Shadell, Code Officer for the City of Fort Worth Building Standards Division. I'm here to present evidence regarding HS 24-79, 605 East Robert Street. This case was originated on May 19th, 2023. It was initiated by Officer Oliveras Perez. Notices were sent out on May 23rd, 2023, July 22nd, 2023, October 4th, 2023, and February 13th, 2024. There are currently no active permits on file. The structure is vacant and secured. Administrative search warrants were served on February 12, 2024, and March 8th, 2024. The current owner's deed was recorded on August 21st, 1984, and notice to appear to today's hearing was mailed out and posted on the property on March 4th, 2024. The primary structure is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to breaches in the roof with missing soffit, damaged interior walls and flooring with breaches, damaged and missing siding, windows with glass shards remaining. The accessory garage structure is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to the structure being racked and leaning out of plumb. Damaged roof, trim, and siding with breaches. Rotten wood with missing weather protection on the interior and exterior of the structure. There are other conditions that contribute to the structure being in violation of the minimum building standards ordinance, and they can be found on the included structure inspection report. Within 1 mile of this property lie 7 schools, 5 parks, a medical center, and numerous commercial properties. Staff recommends that the Building Standards Commission declare the structure to be substandard and hazardous, that the owner be given 30 days to repair or demolish the structure. If the owner does not comply with said order, to authorize city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of the structures and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Shettle. Commissioners, questions for the officer? Mr. King? If you could please state your name and city of residence for the record.
Good morning. My name is Austin King, and I reside in Fort Worth, Texas.
Thank you. And what's your relationship with the property?
I am the grandson of my Dorothy Hunter.
And
She's the owner. Yes, ma'am.
Dorothy Hunter is the owner.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Ms. Hunter, I'd like to give you a microphone. Mr. Young, can you help Ms. Hunter with a microphone? Or it's okay. You can stay seated. Yeah. So, Mr. King, it's much better if the owner speaks or if she can delegate that responsibility to you, but I need to go. Can you please state your name and city of residence, Ms. Hunter, for the record?
Dorothy Hunter, Fort Worth, Texas.
And you're the owner of this property?
Yes.
And would you like to delegate Mr. King to speak on your behalf?
My grandson to speak on my behalf.
Yes, thank you. Mr. King, what can you tell us about this property?
Yes, it's a lot to say within such a short period of time. But this property was basically my great-grandmother's, which is her mother, and her brother. They bought this property together in 1984, and it was a relocation property. They had a property over what is known now as the hospital district, and they purchased this once they relocated to this portion of Fort Worth. And through the years, they owned it, they took care of it, and basically my great-grandmother passed away. So in the event that she passed away, my grandmother, Dorothy Hunter, she filed an affidavit of heirship listing all of Eddie Mae Young, that's my great-grandmother, Eddie Mae Young's children. And there's 4 children, one of them being deceased. And once they are deceased, we're trying to sell this property, been trying to do that since 2018, but it hasn't made it through title because once her sister passed away, now title is asking for affidavit of heirships for her, from her 3 children. Her 3 children passed away as well. Excuse me. And basically, this has been hung up in title since 2018, and we bounced from title company to title company trying to get this thing sold. But at that time, it didn't look like this. It wasn't in this condition. The way it made it to this condition is the second person she tried to sell it to. They basically took the initiative to go ahead and get started on the property before they actually owned the property. And basically, the contractor that they hired, they basically got into it. They because my uncle ended up passing away during that time, so they ended up getting into it. I don't know the dialogue, but I'm pretty sure it was strong dialogue that was used. And he basically went through, ripped the soffit off, the siding off, and that's basically how it ended up in that condition. Now, as far as the garage in the back, which is also a hazardous item, that was already in the process of getting torn down. So coming to today, she's trying to sell the property to me. And I have all the paperwork that says I have the proof of funds to do it, but we're still hung up on this heirship issue. So what we ended up doing, we took it to probate, but in the process of going to probate, we had a woman come out of nowhere and file an affidavit of heirship for Cleveland Young, saying and claiming that she is his daughter. So that kind of throws a block as we're trying to go through this whole transition of title with the title company. And I have proof of everything when it comes to basically what we've been going through with title for the past 6 years. So it's been a journey.
So what would your plans be with this property?
Well, I want to renovate it. I want to fix it all the way up first, bring it up to code, make it safe. I would like to provide affordable housing in that low income area. And that's my plan with that property, to fix it all the way up and bring value to the community.
What do you see from the decision of ownership perspective? When do you see that being resolved?
As far as title, I would probably need at least 90 days for them to work out all the affidavit of heirships and some type of documentation, because he had a will that says he didn't have any children. But we have an affidavit of heirship coming out of nowhere claiming to be the daughter, so that's a contradiction right there. So we need a document for that. So it's a lengthy process, but it's not too bad.
Are you represented by counsel? Do you have an attorney that's helping you with any of this?
No, we're just going to use the attorneys that's provided by the title companies.
I see, okay. Commissioner, anything else you want us to know?
I do, if you want to see it, I do have the plans, I have the contractor plans, I have everything, the finances, everything.
But you're not really, okay. But you don't really have any intent to do that until you have clear title, is that correct?
Oh, yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, I understand your intentions. I'm curious, Mr. King, were you present earlier when we took the oath of truth at the beginning?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. There was a question about that. Is there any, okay. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's
All right.
it for me.
Thank you. Commissioners, Mr. Black, you look like you're, okay. Other questions down here? Ms. Apia?
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
The city requests that the structures be declared substandard and hazardous. The city requests that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structures within 30 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structures within 30 days, that city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structures and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. So, Mr. King, you've heard what the city's asked of us. They've asked that we declare the structure substandard and hazardous and asked that we issue a 30-day repair demolish order. So what would you ask of us?
I would like to ask for 90 days, just for it to clear title, and I can bring everything up to code within a week or two. I have the contractors ready to go right now.
All right, thank you. Ms. Apia, anything further?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. Thank you, Mr. King.
Thank you.
So at this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor for a motion and a second. Mr. Alou.
Yes. I move that the structure be declared substandard and hazardous.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Alou, second by Mr. Walker for declare the structures substandard and hazardous. Any discussion? Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to declare the structures substandard and hazardous. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DeNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 9-0. Mr. Alou.
I move that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structure within 60 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 60 days, the city staff will be authorized to enter into the property and cause the demolition of said structure and all liens and costs associated with demolition against the property.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Alou and second by Mr. Walker for a 60-day repair demolish order. We have discussion. Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to order or repair the structure within 60 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DeNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 9-0. So, Ms. Hunter and Mr. King, this commission has declared the structure to be substandard and hazardous and has ordered the owner to repair or demolish the structure within 60 days. If the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 60 days, authorize the city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 60 days from the date of the order. The owner, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days, the date the city mails a copy of our order. Commission also gives notice that failure on the part of the owner to comply with today's order may result in the scheduling and conducting of the civil penalty hearing to determine the amount of penalty to be paid. So, Ms. Hunter and Mr. King, we have an amendment process. So even though our order today is for 60 days, if you may request additional time. So if you find that your title resolution it needs additional time, you can file a request for an amendment. You have one opportunity to amend this order. So you can please stay in contact with your code officer. He can help you, or you can contact our executive secretary if you need additional time to resolve this. We really appreciate you attending today's hearing and wish you the best on resolving this. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Next case is a new case commercial. HS 24-80, 2004 Stout Cup Road, primary structure and accessory structure, AKA Lot 28, the south 18 feet of Lot 27, the west 30 feet of Lot 29, the east 100 feet of the north 26 half feet of Lot 29, and the west 30 feet of Lot 30, all in Block 5, Hollywood Hills, revised second filing, in addition to the City of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, according to plat recorded in Volume 388-C, page 45, Plat Records of Tarrant County, Texas. Owner is FTGG LLC. Lien holder is Tarrant Properties, Inc. We do have an appearance form from owner Terrence Walker.
Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Ian Shadell.
Good afternoon, Commission. Ian Shadell again, Code Officer for the City of Fort Worth Building Standards Division, presenting evidence regarding case HS 24-80 at 2004 Stall Cup Road. This case originated on January 4th in response to a fire on the same date. It was initiated by myself. Notices were sent out on January 4th, 2024, and on February 7th, 2024. There are currently no active permits on file for the property. The structure is vacant and secure. The inspection was conducted on March 11th, 2024, with the owner, Terrence Walker, present. The current owner's deed was recorded September 14th, 2023. Notice to appear at today's hearing was mailed and posted at the property on March 4th, 2024. The primary structure is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to fire damaged and breached roof with loose metal roofing panels, fire damaged and partially collapsed ceilings, fire damaged and breached siding, soffit, and fascia. The accessory garage structure is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to the structure being racked, showing signs of foundation damage, the damaged roof, trim, and siding, and damaged and deteriorated garage doors. There are other conditions that contribute to the structures being in violation of the minimum building standards, and they can be found on the included structure inspection report. Within 1/2 mile of this property lie one community center, 2 parks, and 6 schools of various age ranges. Staff recommends that the Building Standards Commission declare the structures to be substandard and hazardous, that the owner be given 30 days to repair or demolish the structures. If the owner does not comply with said order, to authorize city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structures, leaning all costs associated with the demolition against the property. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Shedel. Commissioners, questions for the officer? Mr. Walker. Good morning. You may want to move that mic up a little bit, so, because we had some other shorter folks there. If you could state your name and city of residence for the record.
Terrence Walker, Mansfield, Texas.
Thank you. And what's your relationship with the owner of the FTGG? Are you the owner of?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that for the record. So you've heard the testimony of the code officer. Do you have any questions regarding his testimony?
No, sir.
All right. And what would you like us to know about the property?
So I purchased the building to do business. Unfortunately, there was a fire. I'm waiting on the insurance so that I can move forward. I've gathered bids and I've selected the contractors that I would like to go with. I've also got the bids for the asbestos survey. I'm just waiting on the insurance, and I was supposed to get some word back from the insurance on what they want to do as far as this week. I'm just waiting to hear from them.
And when that's done, how long do you think it'll take to remediate this situation?
I'm requesting 90 days.
And you do, you have bids for the construction? You have a kind of a timeline
Yes, sir.
provided?
I even have the one that I chose, the contractor that I chose. I have the contract for them. Like I said, I don't know which route to go. I'm in a fork in the road. I don't know what the insurance is gonna claim and make it, want me to demolish it, or they're gonna want me to repair it. So that's where I'm stuck at. But either way, I have the contractors lined up to go either route.
Okay. And so you're prepared to take either route depending on funds available? Is that what I understand? So if they ask that you demolish it, you're prepared to do that? And then if they ask that they provide funds to repair, you're...
Well, I have the funds regardless. I just don't know which route to go. I don't want to go in and demolish it and they deem it not, and they don't want me to demolish it. They have to give me funds to repair it.
And, okay, so the only thing that's holding you back is the insurance information? Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
I'm supposed to hear back from them this week.
Okay. Mr. Black?
In regard, I know that's insurance proceeds for the main building, but the accessory structure, is there any reason you can't get that torn down now?
No, it's not. I can tear down that, but like I said, I was just waiting on the insurance.
But there's no insurance coming for that, correct? Okay. So if how long would it take you to get the accessory structure taken down?
For the accessory, I would say 30 days.
Okay.
I can get on that immediately.
Okay, thank you.
You have other questions? Do you have anything else to add, Mr. Walker?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Apia, do you have any questions for the property owner?
Briefly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Walker. So you stated that you're waiting to hear from insurance. Can you please clarify, are you waiting on funds or are you just waiting for them to tell you what to do with the property?
Both. I'm waiting on them to tell me how they would like me to move forward with the property.
So right now, you're not sure if you're going to be repairing or demolishing the structure? Do you have any sort of time frame or estimate when you believe you'll hear back from insurance?
This week.
This week? Thank you. No further questions. Ready to close.
Would you like to close? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The city requests that the structures be declared substandard and hazardous. The city further requests that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structures within 30 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structures within 30 days, that city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause a demolition of said structures and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. Mr. Walker, you've heard what the city's asked of us to declare the structure substandard and hazardous and to issue a 30-day repair demolish order. So what would you ask of us, if anything different?
I would like to, 90 days.
90 days. All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Apia, anything further?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. So at this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing. Mr. Walker, you can take a seat and open the floor for a motion and a second. Ms. Thompson, would you like to do this, or would you like to? All right, thank you. And be sure and punch your mic there. Just thank you, Ms. Thompson.
I move that the structure be declared substandard and hazardous. Oh, structures.
Thompson, did you say structures?
I move that the structures be declared substandard and hazardous.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Alou. Mr. Walker, which one?
That was me.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Ms. Thompson, a second by Mr. Walker to declare the structures substandard and hazardous. Do you have any discussion? Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to declare the structure substandard and hazardous. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DeNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
And that motion passes 9-0. Ms. Thompson?
I move that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structure within 60 days. And if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structures within 60 days, the city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of these said structures and lien all costs associated to the demolition against the property.
Ms. Thompson, I just want to make, you said structures, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. You may want to pull your mic down a little bit. Thank you. So we have a second for this?
Second that.
We have a second from Mr. Alou for a 60-day repair demolish order. We have any discussion here? Hearing none, Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to order repair the structures within 60 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson? Mr. Walker? Mr. DeNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
And that motion passes 9-0. So this commission has declared the structures, the primary, I'm going to rephrase this. This commission has moved to declare the primary and accessory structure substandard and hazardous, and has ordered the owner to repair the primary or demolish the primary and secondary or accessory structure within 60 days. And if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structures within 60 days, authorize the city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structures and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 60 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days, the date the city mails a copy of our order. Commission also gives notice that failure on the part of the owner to comply with today's order may result in the scheduling and conducting of a civil penalty hearing to determine the amount of penalty to be paid. So, Mr. Walker, you've heard this about the amendment process. So if you are near the end of your 60-day period and you feel like you need additional time, you can file for an amendment and come before us, present the evidence you have that supports an additional time, and we can consider that, perhaps issue an additional time for you to resolve this issue. So please stay in contact with your code officer. He can help you navigate the appeal process, or you can speak with our executive secretary. She can help you with that too. We really appreciate your attendance today and wish you the best in resolving this. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Madam Secretary.
Next case is a new case commercial, HS 24-81, 3700 Alice Street, primary structure and 4 accessory structures, AKA lots 1 through 5 in Block 1 of Worth Heights addition to the city of Fort Worth in Tarrant County, Texas. That portion of former Rippey Street, Biddison Street, from the easterly right-of-way to the M.K.NT Railroad to the west line of Alice Street, closed by Commissioner Court of Tarrant County, Texas. Minutes recorded in volume 1165, page 373 of the deed records. All of lots 1 through 6 in block 18, lots 1 through 8 in block 19, the westerly 75 feet of lots 1 through 11 in block 20 of said Worth Heights addition to the city of Fort Worth in Tarrant County, Texas. Said lots appear upon said map recorded in said volume 204-A, page 150 of said deed records. That portion of former Alice Street, north of the north line of Dixon Street to the south line of former Butler Martin Street, closed by the City of Fort Worth Ordinance Number 1162, dated August 24, 1926, and that portion of Butler Main Street from the easterly right-of-way of M.K. and T Railroad to the west line of Alice Street, closed by Commissioner Court of Tarrant County, Texas, recorded in Book 25, page 562 of the said Commissioner Court minutes, and being more particularly described by meets and bounds. Owner is 3500 Alice Trust. Lien holder is Catch the Wind Enterprises, Inc. We do have an appearance form from interested party Victoria Vargas, and we do have an email that we are submitting into evidence by the City of Fort Worth Police Department, Edward Lee Perez.
So, Madam Secretary, I know this legal description is lengthy. I think there was we need a correction on about the fourth line from the bottom. Would you mind starting with about the sixth line from the bottom that starts out with like that portion of former Alice Street? Do you see that? It's like the sixth line. Yeah, if you would start from there and read till the end, do you mind? Thank you.
Okay, so it's going to be that portion of former Alice Street, north of the north line of Dixon Street to the south line of former Butler Martin Street, close by the City of Fort Worth Ordinance Number 1162, dated August 24, 1926, and that portion of Butler Martin Street from the easterly right-of-way of M.K. and T Railroad to the west line of Alice Street, close by Commissioner Court of Tarrant County, Texas, recorded in Book 25, page 562 of the said Commissioner Court minutes, and being more particularly described by metes and bounds. Owner 3500 Alice Trust, lien holders, Catch the Wind Enterprises.
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary. Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Manuel Ramirez.
Afternoon. My name is Manuel Ramirez, Senior Code Officer, Substandard Building Section. The case background. Case originated October 7, 2016. This case was initiated by Senior Code Officer Alexander. Notices were sent out on October 10, 2016, November 7, 2016, December 5th, 2016, June 29, 2022, February 23rd, 2024. There's no active permits on file. Structures are vacant and open. City contractors secured multiple openings on March 15th, 2024. A reinspection on October 19th showed them to be open again, and a city contractor will be out there to secure these this week. Current owner's deed was recorded December 10, 2007, and notice to appear at today's hearing was mailed and posted on the property on March 4th, 2024. These structures are currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to, I would like to add that this includes attached awnings, overhangs, construction machinery, concrete landings, and the silos themselves to be referred as the primary. These structures have damaged construction materials with loose and falling sheet metal, presenting immediate hazards. Accessible stairs with hazardous drop-offs, endangering individuals navigating the area. Missing railings along elevated concrete landings, increasing the likelihood of falls. Broken windows, corroded piping, and deteriorated awnings, creating numerous potential hazards to the public welfare. Large breaches in concrete with exposed anchor bolts, creating hazardous walking conditions. The presence of numerous unauthorized individuals utilizing a property as a campground poses a public nuisance and safety hazard. Multiple fires in these structures have jeopardized the safety of fire and police department personnel. The existence of multiple openings with access to the interior serves as an attractive nuisance to the surrounding neighborhood and urban explorers, potentially leading to accidents and injuries. Illegal dumping activities have resulted in the accumulation of trash, debris, and drug paraphernalia, posing health and safety risks to the community. These structures not only harbor criminal activities, but also pose grave risks to anyone attempting to enter them, endangering both the public and the first responders. Accessory 1, which is the guard shack structure, is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to breaches on sheet metal door, loose railing, loose and damaged sheet metal on exterior walls, accumulation of trash and debris on interior floor, illegal dumping around curtilage. Accessory 2, two-story structure, is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to cracked concrete with missing concrete brick on exterior walls, holes in the sheet metal roof, accumulation of trash and debris on interior floors, missing windows and damaged window framing, damaged and missing electrical wiring, and illegal dumping around the curtilage. Accessory 3, referred to as a pink graffiti structure, is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to cracked concrete on exterior wall, damaged roofing material, damaged window and door framing, damaged and missing electrical wiring, and illegal dumping around the curtilage. Accessory 4, referred to as the yellow graffiti structure nearest to the silos, is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to damaged concrete on exterior wall near the base, damaged roofing material including loose and broken pipes. Windows and doors have damaged framing, and accumulation of discarded trash and camping supplies. There are other conditions that contribute to the structures being in violation of minimum building code, building ordinance, and they can be found in the included structure inspection report. In addition, there have been a total of 59 citizen complaints that have been registered since 2006. 367 police calls have been made since December 31st of 2005. Back in September 2016, a 17-year-old female fell several stories, causing her death. In addition, burden to the community is unpaid taxes in excess of $224,000, removing financial benefit from schools, hospitals, and municipal operations and the community. There is also over $79,000 spent in securing the structures, over $10,000 of mowing the property, over $28,000 of nuisance abatement, over approximately $90,000 in environmental costs. The total financial effect to the city of Fort Worth and neighboring neighborhood of Worth Heights, plus the taxes, all exceed over $443,000. This does not include actual costs for all the police, fire, code officers, and other municipal employees who have been involved in trying to resolve the blight. There's gathering places within a mile radius, including an elementary school, a private school, a public park, Victory Forest Community Center, Worth Heights Community Center, several churches, several businesses, including restaurants, the Grand Plaza. This property is also a block from Hemphill Street, a busy thoroughfare with multiple places of business. This property also falls within the boundaries of an upcoming neighborhood improvement program. It's called the Worth Heights Neighborhood Improvement Program, and it's scheduled for later in 2024. This program aims to improve the quality of life and public safety in traditionally underserviced communities within the program area boundaries using allocated funds with combined efforts from multiple city departments, including transportation, public works, code compliance, and parks and recs, to name a few. There has been no contact with any representative of 3500 Alice Trust by myself or other code officers. In closing, staff recommends that the Building Standards Commission declare the structure to be substandard and hazardous. The owner be given 30 days to repair or demolish the structure. If the owner does not comply with said order, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Ramirez. Mr. Black, go ahead.
Just to clarify, so I know the grouping of main and accessories, will this order take care of any structure on this lot? Or are they all grouped together at one point, either as an accessory or primary?
Yes, the goal is to either group it as an accessory, which is listed as 4, or everything else that is attached to the actual silos, consider that as a primary so that we can completely remove any
So
structure.
all structures will be gone with this order?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Officer Ramirez, your testimony was that you've received no response from the owner, Alice Trust?
Right, there has been no contact
communications
at all. It's been several years since any code officer or any city representative has been in contact with anyone from the 3500 Alice Trust.
Okay. Yes. But they got a copy of this order, but they didn't. There's no response to your knowledge.
Exactly, and I have a lot of return mail, so everything we sent out, a lot of it came back.
Great, thanks for clarifying that.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, other questions for the code officer?
I guess with the amount of money that's owed back, obviously this is gonna cost some money to tear it down. What happens to that? I mean, that may not be a question for you, but does that just get leaned against the property again?
Yeah, the cost for demolition will be leaned on the property, along with the taxes that are unpaid.
Right. Okay, thanks.
I have a quick question.
Mr. Alou?
So the silos those are part of this whole thing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's this picture.
Other questions? Ms. Vargas? Good morning. Thank you for attending. If you could please state your name and city of residence for the record,
Good morning. I live in Fort Worth, Texas.
and your name.
Victoria Vargas.
Thank you. And what can you tell us about this property? What would you like us to know?
Everything he said. And this is a terrible eyesore. It's a blemish on our community, really a blemish on Fort Worth. Hemp Hill Street is going to be the street leading to the medical district, and it's a shame to have something like this at the thoroughfare to the medical district. Not only that, our neighborhood has suffered greatly because of all the issues that come with this substandard building. There are a lot of homeless people there. They start fires. You can see that everything is substandard. It's a big blemish on our community. We're trying to improve it. We recently received these funds from the city for the Neighborhood Improvement Program, and we really are trying to improve our area. But it's very difficult when you have something like this, and we want to see it gone. It can only benefit our neighborhood and benefit the city. So, I mean, we've been pleading and begging and doing everything we can to get the city, to get the owner to tear it down, and if he won't or she won't, then please have the city do it so that we can be rid of this. It's just a big eyesore. It's a monstrosity. It shouldn't even be in an urban area like our neighborhood is. So that's really all I have to say. And the quicker you can do it, the better. So 30 days, yeah, do it in 30 days.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else you'd like us to know?
Just that we do have a lot of people that are supporting this. And so just let you know that it's not just me, there's a lot of other people. I represent the Worth Heights Neighborhood Association, I'm the vice president. But speaking for myself and speaking for the association, let's get this thing done, let's get it out of here.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Secretary, you handed me a letter from Mr. Edward Perez, is that right?
That is correct.
And how did that come about? How does that need to be added to the record? Is that something I just read into the record or just present? Okay, I'd rather just show it and let you read it yourself. If you could put it up on the, that'd be great. This is from the neighborhood police officer, I believe. Okay. If you go ahead and turn it all the way around. Keep going, right there. If we can focus. That's it. Move it down just a little bit. If you pull it down, that's good right there. Perfect. And just a little bit more, maybe, so we can make sure we see all the typing. Perfect. That's great. Everybody has a chance to take a look at that. Everybody have an opportunity to read that? All right. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Ms. Apia, would you like to close or?
Close, yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you.
The city requests that the structures be declared substandard and hazardous. The city further requests that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structures within 30 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structures within 30 days, that city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structures and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. Mr. Hudgens, would you like to make this motion? Okay. Mr. Unell, and Ms. Unell, if you could make sure that if we could refer to those as like the 4 accessory structures, just so that the motion's really clear. Thank you, Mr. Unell.
I move that structures, the primary structure and, what are we calling them? Accessory structures 1. It's listed as 3.
If you want to just say
Okay,
4.
accessory structures, the 4 accessory structures to be declared substandard and hazardous.
Second.
So a motion by Mr. Unell, second by Ms. Ferguson. Any discussion here? Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to declare the primary and the 4 accessory structures substandard and hazardous. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell?
Aye.
Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DiNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 9-0. Mr. Unell.
Okay. Mr. Clark, one minute, please. I'm sorry, but on the evidentiary packet, unless I'm missing this somewhere, where? Oh, okay. Thank you. I see it.
I would suggest, say, primary and 4 accessory structures. That might be.
I didn't see the accessory structure 2 is listed in the bullet points under accessory structure 1.
Got it.
So I was confused where the 4 were.
That makes sense. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Unell. Go ahead.
I move that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the primary structure and 4 accessory structures within 30 days. And if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structures, the primary structure and 4 accessory structures within 30 days, that city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structures and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Unell and a second by Ms. Ferguson for a 30-day repair or demolish order. Any discussion here? Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to order or repair the primary structure and the 4 accessory structures within 30 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Ms. Ferguson?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. DiNicola?
Yes.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
And that motion passes 9-0. This commission has declared the primary structure and 4 accessory structures to be substandard and hazardous. This commission has moved that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the primary and 4 accessory structures within 30 days. And if the owner fails to repair or demolish the primary and 4 accessory structures within 30 days, that city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structures and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 30 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days of the date the city mails a copy of our order. Commission also gives notice that failure on the part of the owner to comply with today's order may result in the scheduling and conducting of a civil penalty hearing to determine the amount of penalty to be paid. So it's 12:05. At this time, we're going to recess for our midday lunch session. We're going to resume promptly at 1 o'clock. So if everybody could return at 1, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you for attending today, ma'am. We wish you the best on resolving this. It's 1:01 PM, and the March 25th Building Standards Commission is resuming our session. Madam Secretary, for the record, I'd like to make note that Mr. DiNicolo and Ms. Ferguson are no longer attending. Madam Secretary, will you call the next case?
The next case is administrative civil penalty cases residential. This is for ACP 24-83, 3240 Stewart Drive, AKA Lot 14, Block 43, Ryan M. Pruitt Addition, in addition to the City of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, according to the plat recorded in Volume 204, page 34, Deed Records, Tarrant County, Texas. Owner is Victor Magana, lien holder none. We do have two appearance forms, one from interested party Lillian Magana Hale and from owner Victor Magana.
Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Joshua Washington.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Joshua Washington. I am a code enforcement officer for the City of Fort Worth, Nuisance Abatement Section. I'll be giving my testimony in reference to administrative civil case ACP-24-83 at the address of 3240 Stewart Drive. This violation was identified on November 2nd, 2022. The violation was citizens initiated. There have been several notices mailed certified irregular to the owner and hand-delivered to the property. Despite the city's efforts, the property remains in violation. There have been 9 inspections by multiple officers since the inception of this case. 2 citations were issued prior to being sent to nuisance abatement. An administrative search warrant was not needed to enter the property. There have been 8 contacts with multiple additional attempts to contact the owner, family, or tenant/occupants. The nuisance abatement order was posted at the property on January 29th, 2024, and expired on February 8th, 2024. A notice to appear for today's hearing was mailed and posted on the property March 4th, 2024, and the last inspection was performed on March 21st, 2024. The staff recommendation is to assess a civil penalty of $4,500. Also order the owner to remove the items outlined in Ordinance 11A-26, A127 and 8 within 30 days from the effective date of the order. If the owner does not remove all of the ordered items within that 30-day period, authorize the city staff to enter upon the property and cause the removal of said items and lien all costs associated with the removal against the property. The reason for the amount of the civil penalty requested is the fact that no measurable progress has been made since the nuisance abatement order was posted on the property on January 29th, 2024. The property contains a health hazard of items that can harbor vectors. This address has had active trash service since May 5th, 2022. And this concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Washington. Commissioners have questions for the officer. Mr. Black.
Good afternoon. Has new stuff come on, or has it been about the same stuff since you've had it?
It's been about the same.
Okay. And do they understand, it looks like they're trying to use tarps to cover things up. They understand that doesn't work to be compliant, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Janelle.
Evidentiary packet says no measurable progress. Can you give us, does no measurable, as you have put it in here, mean none? Or could you say what percentage maybe has been done?
So it's basically not enough for me to determine that any progress has been done.
Other questions? Mr. Magana, would you like to come to the podium?
Thank you for your work.
Could you please state your name and city of residence for the record?
I'm Victor Magana, M-A-G-A-N-A,
3240 South Stewart? Is that the address that you want? Or do you want my
It's
home?
just your address for the city. All we need is the city where you live. That's all we're looking for. What city do you live in, sir?
3612 South Jones.
Fort Worth?
Yes,
Oh, thank you. So you've heard the testimony of Officer Washington.
pretty much.
Do you have any questions regarding his testimony?
No, it's correct.
Okay. And so what can you tell us about the property?
Well, I rented this house as a residence to Mr. Stuart Salazar, and it started accumulating, and from day one, I knew that it was not going to pass code, and I steady told him about the cluttering, and he never did pay attention to me. Next we've done is ask him to evacuate the property, and he's doing it. As soon as he does that, I plan to get a dumpster over there or something. It'll be clean. I think the problem is in the how you say, the lot. There's no question about anything else, and I think that we can go ahead and get a dumpster and clean it to Mr. Washington's specs. That's my plan.
So this is a rental property, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your tenant, this is the items that are on this property belong to your tenant? Is that correct? Do these items belong to you?
No, they belong to him.
Oh, to the tenant. And then, so have you asked him to comply with the city's order? Have you asked
Oh,
him?
God, yeah, it's like talking to the wall with this man. So we asked him to move, and he agreed to move. It's hard to believe that I don't have to have a eviction situation because it'll take more time, I think, the way I understand. So he's moving since 2-3 days ago. He's moving, but it's overly crowded.
So so he has vacated the property? Is that
He's gonna
correct?
vacate the property, yes, sir.
No, is he still there?
This morning, I guess he's still there. It's gonna take a long time to get this out of the way there.
Is he going to take all this material with him? Do you think he'll take it with him when he moves?
Oh, God, he gotta take it with him, or else I'm gonna put it on that dumpster.
And when do you think you can have this material removed from the property? How long?
If he would let me, because it's there because it was his property, see, and I could not say anything because tomorrow, it caught up with us. But as soon as he tells me that I can have whatever is there, it'll be clear. It'll be clear.
And how long do you think that will take?
Oh, it shouldn't take too long. If you put a dumpster out there, I'll just, it's easier to load it.
I understand, but I'm asking, say, from today, how many days, will it take 30 days for all this to be resolved?
Well-
Or will it take longer than that?
For sure, a cinch would be 60 days,
60 days.
I should be able to do it in 30 days, but I would like
Okay,
all the time that I can get.
I understand. And so he's agreed to move, and then you've asked him to take all of these belongings with
He
him.
wants it, he wants it. That's how come we could never get rid of it.
Right. And so then you think it'll take 60 days to?
Well, it shouldn't, I don't want it.
Well, I'm looking for a date or a time that we can agree on when the property will be, meet building standards.
It'll be clean within 30 days, but
30 days?
I'm hoping that for a cinch, we'd have 30 days and Mr. Joshua
Okay,
can oversee it properly.
okay. Is there anything else you want us to know?
No, it's just the clutter the complaint is about.
Okay. Yep, Mr. Black.
So you said, I guess, he's paid March rent, I assume, correct? Your tenant's paid for March for rent?
He hadn't paid March.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess April 1st comes around. You said he's gone, so will he be expected to be off the premises by April 1st?
He seems very cooperative, or he knows that there's no way that he can stay there, because I'm already disgusted, because, you know, he never did pay attention to me up to now that we got of course, he hadn't paid much attention to the first fine. I already paid a fine, and he hadn't paid that, of course. And it's just a bad situation.
I worry that he won't be gone on April 1st, so this stuff is not going to be gone for you to even start cleaning it up. So that's what I was trying to wonder.
He needs to go, and whatever he leaves, you know, he probably gives me the okay to get rid of it, because it's too hard for him.
Right.
He accumulated too many things there.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Unell?
Did I hear you say a few minutes ago that you would like 60 days?
Well, that would be if you all like that.
But understood. The city is asking for 30 days, and I believe I heard you say you would like 60 days.
Well, that
And
would be because of how you say assurance. But it shouldn't take that long once he leaves.
right, but with the uncertainty of when he, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Alou?
So regarding the tenant, have you given him any formal notice to vacate? Have you given him any formal notice to vacate the property? Like a
We
letter?
just told him as soon as possible, and, you know, let's talk.
Okay.
He's got a lot of work. He accumulated a lot of things there. I never did dream that it would happen that way. I rented the house, not accumulation of car parts there. That's mostly what it is, car parts.
Okay, thank you.
That's how he makes his living, you know, he works on cars, repairs them, but it's not acceptable in a residential area, I understand. I knew that, but we was hoping, that hope is out.
All right, thank you. Anything else you'd like us to know? Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
No, it's just that I want my property back clear so I can get Mr. Washington's satisfaction here.
Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Apia, do you have questions for the property owner?
Briefly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Howdy.
You stated that you haven't gone through the formal eviction process. Is that correct? You stated you haven't gone through the formal eviction process.
And if you don't mind, if you could just state your name and city of residence for the record.
Yes, my name is Lillian Magana Hale from Longmont, Colorado.
All right, thank you. And go ahead. And if we're going to have any dialogue, if you could come up here and if you'll work with him.
I've got it full blast.
I got it.
She's asking if you've gone through the formal eviction process.
We don't want to do that if we don't have to, because it takes more time and he volunteered to move.
So since he's volunteered to move, have you given him an exact date where he needs to be off the premises?
This is what we said.
But you haven't given him a firm date?
He has never obliged anything I said, so I don't believe that whatever I tell him, he will comply. But he will move soon. Got to move soon.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. Ms. Hill, would you like to speak? There's a couple of ways we can do this. I mean, he can authorize you to speak on his behalf, or you can speak as an interested party on your own behalf, however works best for you both.
Speak if you like.
Okay, I'll be the interested party.
Okay.
Because it's pretty much what he's already said.
Okay. I just wanted to give you that opportunity, so please tell us what you'd like us to know.
Well, I do know that we have been confronted with this man for the last year and trying to get rid of all this. My dad is not of the, using the formal legal system to evict. He's got other properties that he hasn't had any problem with tenants up until now with this one. So we're not experienced in how to formally evict people, which we will pursue should we need to. I do see where we can give him a date, and if that date doesn't, if he doesn't respond to that date, then we could move on to legal form.
I understand.
He
He's
doesn't-
got another piece of property where he's gonna move to, so it shouldn't take too long to move if it's true.
Yes, that's key, because he's been
I've
telling
told
my
him
dad
from
what
day
he
one,
wants to hear.
This is not gonna fly. And here it is, months now, that we still not completed our cleanup here.
Okay.
Mr. Joshua has tried hard to be patient, but we're gonna continue working with him, I imagine.
Okay. So the way I'd understand is you're asking for 60 days in order to clean this property. Is that correct?
Well, I just don't know if by April 1st, all this would be conducted by him.
The city's asking for 30, and what I've heard so far is you're asking for 60 days to get this resolved.
Right.
Okay.
Well, because of what we're dealing
No, I
with.
understand. I understand.
This man, you know, he just continues to accumulate as much as my dad has tried to
Keep from it.
keep that
Right.
from. He's talking to a wall there on that one.
All right. Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
He's a non-believer.
Anything else you'd like us?
Believe what I say.
I got it. Anything else you'd like us to know?
Not
No,
on my
thank
part,
Okay, thank you. Ms. Apia, do you have anything further?
Nothing further, ready to close.
Thank you.
The city requests that the commission issue a civil penalty to the owner in the amount of $100 per day for 45 days for a total amount of $4,500. And further, the city requests that the commission order the owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the cost associated against the property.
So, Mr. Magana, so the city has asked us to issue a civil penalty in the amount of $4,500. So that's $100 a day for 45 days. And they've also asked us to issue a nuisance abatement order so that all the materials that are in violation are removed from the property within 30 days. This is your opportunity to ask for something different. So we've kind of talked about that a little bit, but again, can you state one more time what you would like us to do as a commission?
Would appeal help?
Well, you'll have an opportunity to amend, but we have to deal with this issue right now. So we're going to make a decision today on this property. So what decision would you like us to consider on your behalf?
Lower the penalty.
Okay, and so what would be a fair penalty for you, do you think?
Well, because I've got work to do all the time, I don't have a specific, I paid for 100 the other day,
I understand.
and it didn't help none. But another 400 wouldn't faze me. I mean, I'd appreciate it, but the way you all talking, that sounds very excessive, you know, it's unfair for me.
Well, what do you think would be fair? If we had to issue a penalty, what do you think would be a fair penalty?
May I speak? May I?
$500 would be all right
A
with
total of $500? Is that what you're talking
If you
about?
let me settle.
Well, again, I'm asking for what you would like, and so we're going to consider it. It may not be accepted, but we're going to consider it.
Well,
So,
thank you. That's great.
Okay, we'll consider that.
Yes.
And then,
I don't plan to come back here with my problems again.
Well,
If you
let's,
do that, well, that would be a blessing.
I understand. And then they've asked that you have clear the property in 30 days. Is that something that, well,
I think we can do it.
well, okay. I just, we were discussing 60 days earlier. I don't want you to limit your options. So if you think 60 would be more, it's your opportunity to ask for something.
Just giving me that much lead, but it shouldn't be necessary. But if you're asking me how much I would like, I'll take 60 days.
Okay,
But that's not fair.
let's do
Not fair,
that.
because I should be able to, if he moves, it shouldn't take 2-3 days to clean. I'll get a dumpster over there and we'll clean the place.
Understood. Thank you. Ms. Apia, do you have anything else?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing, and we're going to open the floor for a motion in a second. If you guys can have a seat, we're going to.
Thank you.
Mr. Black?
I move that the owner be ordered to abate the nuisance within 60 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the costs against the property.
Second.
So a motion by Mr. Black, second by Mr. Unell for a 60-day abatement order. Any discussion here? So we wish you the best, because a lot of that's out of your control. It's depending on will your tenant let it go. But any other discussion? Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to abate the nuisance within 60 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Yes. Mr. Hudgens? Yes. Mr. Unell? Aye. Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
That motion passes 7-0. Mr. Black?
I move that no civil penalty be issued at this time.
Second.
A motion for no civil penalty. Discussion?
I mean, I appreciate him coming along with his daughter today, and I have faith that he's going to get this cleaned up, and don't want him to have to come back just to waive the penalty at the end when things are kind of out of his control to get it done. So I know he's going to work to get it done and cleaned up when he can.
Mr. Unell?
I absolutely tend to agree with that. I think he made it very clear the circumstances that have caused us to be where we are, and I think he has also demonstrated to me that he's going to take care of getting this person gone and get it cleaned up. So.
Thank you, Mr. Unell. Other comments? Mr. Alou?
Yeah, I know, I think ultimately I would like to have seen a hard date of this tenant being able to get out of the property. I think there probably could be a possible situation where he's just going to lag this thing out over time. So if they did, I think I would be able to vote for this, but since there's no clear definition of when this guy's leaving, I'll have to vote no.
This is for the money, not the time.
Oh, the money, okay.
Right, I'm just making sure.
Yeah, so I think I would still say that there should be some kind of penalty to help force the situation to go moving a little further ahead.
Okay. Other questions, other discussion? Madam Secretary. This is for no civil penalty.
This is a motion to assess no civil penalty. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Yes. Mr. Hudgens? Aye. Mr. Unell? Aye. Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Alou?
No.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 6-1. So this commission has ordered the owner to abate the nuisance. I got to find my language here. This commission has ordered the owner to abate the nuisance within 60 days. And if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the costs associated against the property. This commission has not issued a civil penalty at this time. So we wish you the best on dealing with your tenant, and we hope that you can abate this nuisance within 60 days. So thank you. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 60 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days, the date the city mails a copy of our order. So if you find that you're not able to do this within 60 days, you can request an amendment and come before the commission and provide evidence of what you have done and the circumstances involved. And we'll consider that, and we may grant additional time for you to abate the nuisance. So I would stay in contact with Officer Washington. He is Officer Washington. Officer Washington, he's your best resource. Please stay in contact with him, especially if you run into any issues, and let him know what's going on, and we can do an amendment, and we can deal with that at that time. Thank you for coming today and participating. We wish you the best on the resolution. Madam Secretary.
Next case we have is an administrative civil penalty case residential, ACP-24-85, 1316 East Arlington Avenue, AKA Block 11, Lot 5 of the Highland Park Addition, Fort Worth, to the City of Fort Worth, State of Texas, Tarrant County. Owner is William Burt Williams. Lien holder is Texas Attorney General. We do have an appearance form from owner Brenda Williams.
Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Christian Chavez.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Christian Chavez. I am a code enforcement officer for the City of Fort Worth Nuisance Abatement Section. I'll be giving testimony in reference to administrative civil case ACP-24-85 at the address of 1316 East Arlington Avenue. The violation was identified May 9, 2023. The violation was officer initiated. There have been several notices mailed, certified, and regular to the owner and hand delivered to the property. Despite the city's efforts, the property remains in violation. There have been 10 inspections by multiple officers since the inception of this case. One citation was issued prior to the case being sent to nuisance abatement. An administrative search warrant was not needed. There have been 7 contacts with multiple attempts to contact the owner, family, and tenants or occupants. The nuisance abatement order was mailed and posted at the property on January 29, 2024, and expired on February 8, 2024. A notice to appear for today's hearing was mailed and posted on the property on March 4, 2024, and the last inspection was performed on March 21, 2024. Staff recommendation: assess a civil penalty of $0. Also order the owner to remove the items outlined in Ordinance 11A-26A127 and 8 within 30 days from the effective date of the order. If the owner does not remove all of the ordered items within that 30-day period, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and cause the removal of said items and lien all costs associated with the removal against the property. The reason for the amount of the civil penalty requested is the fact that the owner is deceased per deed. No measurable progress has been made since the nuisance abatement order was posted on the property on January 29, 2024. The property contains a health hazard of items that can harbor vectors. This address has not had active trash service since November 19, 1985. This is the end of my testimony.
Thank you, Officer. Officer Chavez, what was my question? Has additional, I'm going to ask Mr. Black's questions. Have additional items been added to the property since your involvement with the case?
No, sir. It's actually, there's stuff being removed. It's a lot of scrap metal and some trash. She has a tenant at 1320 East Arlington, which is right next to it. And he has basically let me on the property and stated that it's his stuff that he's trying to get out of there.
And to your knowledge, is the residence at this address occupied?
This is a vacant lot. This
Oh,
address
this
is a
is just
vacant
the
lot.
lot?
Yes,
There's
sir.
not,
Mhm.
there's no structure on the lot?
Yeah, no, it's just a vacant lot.
Thank you, sir. Other questions from commissioners?
Is there a fence around the lot?
There's a privacy fence in the front, but on the rear side, it's open. Like where that RV is, that's the rear facing the, I believe it's Davis, East Davis on the other side.
Does this,
Go ahead.
Could
Mr.
we look at slide 6 again? The slide on the right where the trash can is that at this property or is that for the house that is actually next door?
The bins are for the house next door. However, that trash at the curb is on the vacant lot, and that has actually become like an illegal dump site. There's a hole in the ground from when the claw has constantly picked up stuff that's being dumped at that lot.
so looking at this picture, wherever the blue truck is that the lot? Where-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And does the owner of this lot own the house next door too, or is?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Okay.
Other questions? Ms. Williams? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and city of residence for the record?
It's Brenda Williams, Fort Worth, Texas.
Thank you. And so what's your relationship to this property?
Well, right now, I'm the owner.
Okay. Our deed records show that it's still deeded to Mr. Burt Williams. Is that your husband or father or?
Well, it's my husband.
Your husband. I understand. What can you tell us about this property? You've heard, well, first, have you heard the officer's testimony?
And I had actually spoke with him on the phone several times.
Okay.
It was quite a bit more things on this lot than it is, and the owner is he's an elderly man. He's an elderly gentleman, and he's been sick, and but he's trying to move as much as he can. Maybe a fourth of it, I'm not sure. But I spoke with him, and he said that he's going and doing the best that he can. But I know that he has to have it done in a good time. I would like to request, since it is quite a bit of things, for 60 days.
And do you believe that your tenant can clear the property in 60 days?
I really do.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
It's just that, if I can help him or get him some help, I would help him. But I know it has to be removed, and like the officer said, he has removed some things. And I'll have to go and speak with him and make sure he gets everything off within a record amount of time.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Apia, do you have any questions for Ms. Williams?
No question. Prepare to close. Yes, thank you. The city requests that no penalty be issued at this time. The city further requests that the owner be ordered to abate the nuisance within 30 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the cost associated against the property.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. So, Ms. Williams, you've heard what the cities ask. They're not asking for any civil penalty, but they are asking that the items be removed within 30 days. And so what, you've asked for 60 days.
Yes, sir.
Is that reasonable to you?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right. This time I'm going to close the public. You can have a seat. I'm going to close.
I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
With some of these items, could I put him on he could put him on the curve, maybe, and the city will pick him up?
I'm going to have to defer you. I'll ask Ms. Elder here.
So because it's a vacant lot and it doesn't have an active water account that has a trash account associated with it, you would not be able to put items at the curb for pickup.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor for a motion in a second. Ms. Williams, you can have a seat if you'd like.
Okay.
So it's Mr. Walker.
I move that the owner be ordered to abate the nuisance within 60 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien all costs associated against the property.
Second that.
So we have a motion by Mr. Walker, second by Mr. Black for a 60-day abatement order. Discussion? Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to abate the nuisance within 60 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Yunel? Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Mr. Walker.
I move that no civil penalty be issued at this time.
We have a motion by Mr. Walker, second by Mr. Black for no civil penalty. Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to assess no civil penalty. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Yunel? Mr. Walker? Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. This commission has moved to order the owner to abate the nuisance within 60 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorizes city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the costs associated against the property. This commission has moved to issue no civil penalty at this time. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 30 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days of the date the city mails a copy of our order. Ms. Walker, we wish you the best on working with your tenant to abate this nuisance. Best of luck. If you do find that you're not, 60 days is approaching, you can file an amendment and request additional time. So I suggest that you stay in contact with Officer Chavez in case that should arise. He can help you, or at least tell you exactly how to file an amendment if that is needed for you, okay? Thanks so much for attending today's hearing. Madam Secretary.
Next case, administrative civil penalty case residential, ACP-24-86, 1332 East Arlington Avenue, AKA Lot 9, Block 11, Highland Park Addition, in addition to the city of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, according to the map or plat thereof recorded in volume 310, page 60, plat records, Tarrant County, Texas, owners Vidal Ruiz Olalde. There are no lien holders. We do have an appearance form from owner Vidal Olalde.
Mr. Olalde, if you'd like to have a seat there. Do you need a, are you okay? You're good? Yeah. Okay. Ms. Apia. Do you need an interpreter, sir? Yeah. Okay. I wanted to make sure. Ms. Scott. And so, Officer Chavez, you know, when we have interpreters, please speak slowly and give them, the interpreter, time to communicate with the property owner. Thank you. Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city will call Code Officer Christian Chavez.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Christian Chavez. I am a code enforcement officer for the City of Fort Worth Nuisance Abatement Section. I'll be giving testimony in reference to administrative civil case ACP-24-86 at the address of 1332 East Arlington Avenue. This violation was identified on April 5th, 2023. The violation was citizen initiated. There have been several notices mailed, certified, and regular to the owner and hand-delivered to the property. Despite the city's efforts, the property remains in violation. There have been 9 inspections by multiple officers since the inception of this case. 1 citation was issued prior to the case being sent to nuisance abatement. An administrative search warrant was not needed to enter on the property. There have been 4 contacts with multiple additional attempts to contact the owner, family, or tenants and occupants. The nuisance abatement order was posted at the property on January 29, 2024, and expired on February 8, 2024. A notice to appear for today's hearing was mailed and posted on the property on March 4, 2024. The last inspection was performed March 22, 2024. Staff recommendation: assess a civil penalty of $4,500. Also order the owner to remove the items outlined in ordinance 11A-26A 1, 2, 7, and 8 within 30 days from the effective date of the order. If the owner does not remove all of the ordered items within that 30-day period, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and cause the removal of said items and lien all costs associated with the removal against the property. The reason for the amount of the civil penalty requested is the fact that no measurable progress has been made since the nuisance abatement order was posted on the property on January 29, 2024. The property contains a health hazard of items that can harbor vectors. This address has had active trash service since November 17, 2006, and that is the end of my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Chavez. Commissioners, questions for the officer? I'm going to ask Mr. Black's question again. Anything going on to the property since your case started?
No, it looks like he has cleaned only the front. He hasn't gotten to the back yet.
And so he's made some progress since the beginning of the case?
About 20% maybe.
20%? All right. Thank you, officer. Other questions for the officer?
It looks like there's lots of, is it flower plants? I mean, is that stuff that was planted or is that growing in pot? I can't tell from the picture.
So my first interaction with the owner, Vidal, the first walkthrough, he told me he he had a green thumb. A lot of pots, but not plants or mulch that I'm seeing at the property. A lot of that stuff's kind of empty, to be honest.
And is this home owner occupied?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do the pots and plants, is that part of what the city is requiring to be removed?
At this time, I would say yes, only because there's quite more. It's a mass accumulation of like pots, plants, tires, and other things that, yeah.
And I get the tires and stuff. I guess if we could stop right here on site 32, on the right, there is a pot on top of what looks like a table. And I've seen many others, but am I to understand that's a violation?
Mr. Chairman, permission to call Tony Hiller?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So, Commissioners, the city's not, oh.
Well, you can use the mic, Mr. Hillard. You can use the mic.
I'll go up here.
Okay.
Commissioners, the city is not going to require removal of potted plants. So if the plants are alive in pots, we're not going to require that removal. However, the empty pots and the accumulation of the pots and other types of things that are going to hold water and promote the growth of mosquitoes, the city is going to require that.
Thank you, Mr. Hillard. Do you have other questions from the commissioners? All right. Mr. Ruiz, would you like to come to the podium? And Mr. Ruiz, I'd like you to correct this attendance form before we begin. Can you, so Ms. Scott, so if you look at that form, I put 3 X's there on the side,
X aquí.
so I'd like to get his name and then residence.
Y el dirección donde hay que mandar correos. Y la ciudad y el código postal.
Código postal. ¿Qué más?
What else?
That's all, just those 3 places.
3 places, solamente 1, 2. ¿Dónde está el otro?
No, 1, 2, 3. ¿Esto es tu nombre?
No, this is Cristian Chávez.
Tienes que poner tu nombre.
¿Mi nombre aquí?
My name here.
Thank you, Mr. Alade?
Olalde.
Alade, thank you, sir. So, Ms. Scott, are you ready? You've heard the testimony of the code officer. Do you have any questions regarding his testimony?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta acerca de su testimonio de él?
No, está bien, no, es
No,
verdad.
that's fine, it's true.
Okay, thank you. And so what can you tell us about your property?
¿Qué es lo que nos puede decir acerca de su propiedad?
Me gustan las plantas en las macetas.
I like plants in pots.
Trabajo con como poquito bonsais, los árboles.
I work with bonsais.
Tengo mucha basura, sí, estoy limpiando.
Yes, I've got a lot of garbage and I'm cleaning.
Ya llevo el frente y una parte de atrás.
I've started all in front and a part in the back.
Y tengo madera ahí de 2x6 porque voy a construir un porche para el carro.
I've got some wood there, 2x6s. I'm going to build a garage.
Pero voy a estar limpiando todo hasta que termine completo.
I'm going to clean everything until I've completed it.
Porque yo quiero tener mi yarda limpia.
I want a clean yard.
Pues en muchos años he estado acumulando las cosas, entonces eso no lo necesito realmente.
I've been accumulating things for years and years, and I don't really need them.
Así es que voy a limpiar todo en el mayor tiempo posible que me puedan dar porque estoy trabajando también fuera para la casa.
I'm going to clean it up as the maximum amount of time you can give because I'm also working outside my home.
Y pues voy a limpiar hasta que esté todo bien legal.
I'm going to clean up everything until everything's legal.
Yo creo que eso es todo.
I think that's it.
Okay. And how long do you think it will take you to remove the items that should be removed?
¿Cuánto tiempo crees que se va a tardar?
¿Se me puede dar 90 días?
If you could give me 90 days.
Okay.
Bien.
Thank you. Anything else you'd like to tell us?
No, todo está bien, solo que estoy de acuerdo con lo que la ciudad tiene en sus códigos, en sus leyes, me gusta el país.
No, I agree with everything that's in all the codes and all the laws. I like this country.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Ms. Apia, do you have any questions? If you could please stay, Mr. Alade. Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. I just want to clarify one thing you stated. You mentioned that you have plans to build a garage.
Yes.
Are you planning on removing the items before you construct this garage?
Sí.
Interpreter needs clarification. I didn't finish my interpretation before he answered. Will you assume he understood the question? Or
No, if you can start, please.
Por favor, espera hasta que termine yo mi traducción, que si usted piensa quitar todo antes de empezar a construir ese garage.
Voy a estar construyendo y moviendo a la misma vez.
I'm going to be cleaning and I'm going to be building at the same time.
So you're not waiting for the garage to be built first, correct?
¿No vas a construir el garage primero? No.
So there's nothing delaying you from cleaning the property?
No hay nada que le pueda impedir la limpieza de la propiedad.
Nada.
Nothing.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
And would you like to close?
Yes, please. Thank you. The city requests that the commission issue a civil penalty to the owner in the amount of $100 per day for 45 days for a total amount of $4,500. The city further requests that the commission order the owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the cost associated against the property.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. So, Mr. Olade, you've heard this, what the city has asked of us. They've asked us to issue an abatement order that the property be cleaned within 30 days. And they've asked that we issue a civil penalty in the amount of $4,500. So what would you ask of us as a commission to find today?
Nada más tiempo para limpiar todo.
Just more time to clean everything.
Okay, so you stated earlier that you would like 90 days, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else? Okay, thank you,
that's it.
thank you. Excuse me? Okay, so at this, Ms. Apia, anything further?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, you could have a seat. This time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor for a motion and a second. I believe it's Mr. Alou.
I move that the owner be ordered to abate the nuisance within 60 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter into the property and abate the nuisance and lien the costs associated against the property.
Second.
So a motion by Mr. Alou, second by Mr. Walker for a 60-day abatement order. Do you have any discussion here? Hearing none, Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to abate the nuisance within 60 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Mr. Alou?
I move that we offer a civil penalty to the owner in amount of $50 per day for 45 days for the total amount of $2,250.
Second.
So a motion by Mr. Alou, second by Mr. Walker for a $50 a day for 45-day civil penalty for a total amount of $2,250. We have discussion? Mr. Black?
This is one I think a civil penalty is needed, and then an amendment process could come back. I don't know that I would have reduced it based on, what done, but as long as we have one, I'll support something, knowing that he understands about the amendment.
And it's still substantial. Other comments?
That was my thought, just that we put a little bit something behind this to see that it gets done in a timely fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Alou. Thank you, Mr. Black. Any other discussion? Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to assess a civil penalty in the amount of $50 per day for 45 days for a total of $2,250. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. So this commission has ordered the owner to abate the nuisance within 60 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the costs associated against the property. This commission has also issued a civil penalty to the owner in the amount of $50 per day for 45 days for a total amount of $2,250. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 30 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days, the date the city mails a copy of our order. So, Mr. Alada, we have an amendment process. If you can abate the nuisance within 60 days, you can file an amendment and request that the penalty, the civil penalty, be reduced or eliminated. That amendment has to be filed before the end of your period. It'll be in the letter that you get. So you should stay in contact with your code officer and have take advantage of the opportunity to request an amendment if you can abate the nuisance within the period that we've given. Okay? Thank you for attending today's hearing. Wish you the best on resolving this. Thank you. So at this time, we're gonna take a brief break. So we'll say 10 minutes. Let's reconvene at 2:10 if we can. Thank you. It's, so it's 2:11 PM and the Building Standards Commission is now back in session. Madam Secretary, will you call the next case?
Next case, Administrative Civil Penalty Case Residential, ACP 24-88 3007 Dean Road, AKA Lot 4, Block 13, Moody's addition to the City of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas. According to the plat recorded in Volume 204, page 17, Deed Records of Tarrant County, Texas, commonly known as 3007 Dean Road, Fort Worth, Texas 76106. The owner is Adrian Galvan Garcia, a single person. There are no lien holders. We do have an appearance form from the owner, Adrian Galvan.
Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Christian Chavez.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Christian Chavez. I'm a code enforcement officer for the City of Fort Worth Nuisance Abatement Section. I'll be giving testimony in reference to Administrative Civil Case ACP-24-88 at the address of 3007 Dean Road. This violation was identified on December 5th, 2022. The violation was citizen initiated. There have been several notices mailed, certified, and regular to the owner and hand-delivered to the property. Despite the city's efforts, the property remains in violation. There has been 15 inspections by multiple officers since the inception of this case. One citation was issued prior to the case being sent to nuisance abatement. An administrative search warrant was not needed to enter onto the property. There have been 7 contacts with multiple additional attempts to contact the owner, family, or tenants and occupants. The nuisance abatement order was posted at the property on January 29, 2024, and expired on February 8, 2024. A notice to appear for today's hearing was mailed and posted on the property on March 4, 2024. The last inspection was performed on March 21, 2024. Staff recommendation: assess a civil penalty of $4,500. Also order the owner to remove the items outlined in Ordinance 11A-26A127N8 within 30 days from the effective date of the order. If the owner does not remove all of the ordered items within that 30-day period, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and cause the removal of said items and lien all costs associated with the removal against the property. The reason for the amount of the civil penalty requested is the fact that no measurable progress has been made since the nuisance abatement order was posted onto the property on January 29, 2024. The property contains a health hazard of items that can harbor vectors. This address has had active trash service since July 9th of 2021. This is the end of my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Chavez. Commissioners, do we have questions for the code officer? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Galvan, is that correct? If you'd like to come forward. If you could state your name and city of residence for the record.
Adrian Galvan, 317 Road.
Thank you. And you've heard the testimony of the code officer. Do you have any questions regarding his testimony?
No, I have nothing against him.
Okay. And what would you like us to know about this property?
I already cleaned most of it. It's not the same like this. But see, it took me a long time because I was hit in the head with steel metal. And I have a hard time picking it up because my mind doesn't help me out to pick something up. I was assaulted 3 times, and I was in the hospital 3 times. Okay? I'm doing a lot better, but I'm still having a problem with my head.
Okay.
And I got paper here that I've been sick and I was very weak. But most of it is already clean.
So the pictures that we're seeing right now were taken on the 21st of March. So that was, say, 4 days ago? So that
Yes,
you're
yeah.
telling us that it's different?
Yes,
today?
it's different.
Then do you have any pictures?
I was gonna clean some more yesterday, but it rained.
I understand. Do you have any pictures of the way it is
No.
today? You
I don't
didn't?
have no pictures.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anything else that you'd like us to know?
No, just that I'm still having a problem with my head.
Understand.
And to pick something up, I have a hard time. I look well, but I'm being sick.
Ms. Apia, do you have any questions for the property owner? Oh,
Nope.
excuse me, Commissioners, we have Mr. Yunel. I'm sorry, Ms. Apia. Mr. Yunel?
See, can I say
Wait,
something?
Just 1 second. Let him ask, and then I'll let you go.
We just heard from the owner that quite a bit of stuff has been removed. Packet says no measurable. Has there been, in your opinion, stuff removed? If so, has more been brought on? And lastly, what percentage might you say has been done, if any?
From my inspection on March 21st, there was no progress made. I couldn't speak about, over the weekend just because we set a time for the 21st to do the inspection, but nothing else has come on. It's just been the same as since the nuisance abatement order was posted back on January 29th.
Mr. Galvin, go ahead, please.
Yes, that wood on the back, I already removed it. And those barrels, I have a hard time picking it up because my mind won't let me do it because of when I got hit. That wood, I'm gonna put it right here on the front. Once I'm finished with the inspection, and the rest I'm just gonna throw it away. I don't need it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Apia, do you have questions for the owner?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. I'll close.
Would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. The city requests that the commission issue a civil penalty to the owner in the amount of $100 per day for 45 days for a total amount of $4,500. The city further requests that the commission order the owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the cost associated against the property.
Thank
Can
you,
I say
Ms. Apia.
something?
Wait,
Can I respond to her?
So you've heard, Mr. Galvin, you've heard what the cities ask of us. They've
Yes.
asked that we issue a civil penalty in the amount of $100 per day for 45 days for a total of $4,500. And they've asked that we issue an abatement order that the property be cleaned within 30 days. What would you ask of us, sir?
I just want to respond to her. I just told you that I've been sick in the hospital. I was burned from here from the back.
Sir, you need to address the commission. And so-
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the city's asked that we issue a penalty, $4,500, and that the property be, the nuisance abated within 30 days. What would you ask of us today? What would you ask the commission to find?
It's not there no more, but I can, just give me 30 days and I can finish it.
Okay.
It's not that, it's not that hard, but like I say, my mind, I'm having a problem with my mind to pick something up. So I don't think it's right for me to get 4,500 when I was burned, be in the hospital 3 times, had a heart attack last year. See what I mean? And I'm still alive. And the city's asking me for 4,500? I don't think it's right.
Understood.
Okay, that's all I gotta do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Apia, anything further?
Nothing further, not changing the request, but just reiterate there is the amendment process.
Understood. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So at this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor for a motion in a second. Mr. Gavin, you can have a seat if you'd like. Where are we? Ms. Thompson? And depending on your how comfortable you are, you may or may not, I want to, if you want to do it, you're certainly welcome to. If you would like to pass, you're certainly welcome to. Either way is fine. You're going to pass this one? Mr. Unell, you want to do this one?
I move that the owner be ordered to abate the nuisance within 30 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the costs associated against the property.
Motion by Mr. Unell, second by Mr. Black for a 30-day nuisance abatement order. We have discussion here. Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to abate the nuisance within 30 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Mr. Hudgens?
Yes.
Mr. Unell?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Mr. Unell?
I move that we issue a civil penalty to the owner in the amount of $50 per day for 45 days for a total amount of $2,250.
So a motion by Mr. Black, seconded by, motion by Mr. Unell, seconded by Mr. Black for a civil penalty of $50 a day for 45 days for a total amount of $2,250. We have a discussion on this. Okay, Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to assess a civil penalty in the amount of $50 per day for 45 days for a total of $2,250. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Mr. Walker? Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
That motion passes 7-0. So this commission has issued a civil penalty to the owner in the amount of $50 per day for 45 days for a total amount of $2,250. This commission has also ordered the owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorizes city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the cost associated against the property. So, Mr. Galvin, we do have, owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 30 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days, the date the city mails a copy of our order. We have, Mr. Galvin, we do have an amendment process. If you can abate the nuisance within the 30-day period, you can come before us with evidence that the nuisance has been abated, and we'll consider the reduction or elimination of the civil penalty. So I encourage you to stay in contact with Officer Chavez. He can help you with the amendment process, and it's something you should probably consider taking advantage of in the future. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
The next case.
We're done, yeah.
The next case is a continued administrative civil penalty case, residential, ACP-24-67, 8614 Shelby Lane, AKA lots 11 and 12, Block 3, Lakeland Addition, in addition to the city of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, according to the plat thereof recorded in volume 388-3, page 60, plat records, Tarrant County, Texas, also known as 8614 Shelby Lane, Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas. Owner is Anna Louis Lillian Frazier Michael. There are no lien holders. We do have an appearance form from owner Johnny Michael.
Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Christian Chavez.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Christian Chavez. I am a code enforcement officer for the City of Fort Worth Nuisance Abatement Section. I'll be giving testimony in reference to administrative civil case ACP-24-67 at the address of 8614 Shelby Lane. The violation was identified September 7th, 2022. The violation was officer initiated. There have been several notices mailed certified and regular to the owner and hand-delivered to the property. Despite the city's efforts, the property remains in violation. There have been 20 inspections by multiple officers since the inception of this case. One citation was issued prior to the case being sent to nuisance abatement. An administrative search warrant was needed to enter onto the property. There have been 9 contacts with multiple additional attempts to contact the owner, family, or tenants and occupants. Nuisance abatement vouchers were issued in this case for the use at the city drop-off stations. These vouchers allow citizens to dispose of items at no additional cost. The nuisance abatement order was posted on at the property on January 2nd, 2024, and expired on January 12th, 2024. A notice to appear for today's hearing was mailed and posted on the property March 4th, 2024. The last inspection was performed March 22nd, 2024. Staff recommendation: assess a civil penalty of $0. Also order the owner to remove the items outlined in Ordinance 11A-26A127 and 8 within 30 days from the effective date of the order. If the owner does not remove all of the ordered items within that 30-day period, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and cause the removal of the items and lien all costs associated with the removal against the property. The reason for the amount of the civil penalty requested is the fact that the owner per deed is deceased. There has been little to no measurable progress made since the nuisance abatement order was posted on the property on January 2nd, 2024. The property contains a health hazard of items that can harbor vectors. This address has had active trash service since December 27, 2023. This case was originally on the February 26, 2024 agenda, but was continued to March 25, 2024 hearing at the city's request. The requested civil penalty is calculated from the day after the expiration of the nuisance abatement order to the day before the February 26, 2024 hearing. An additional penalty is not requested for the additional days that have elapsed since the last hearing. This is the end of my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Chavez. Questions for the officer? Mr. Michael? Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and city of residence for the record?
Johnny, Michelle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Everybody does it. 8614 Shelby Lane, Fort Worth.
Thank you. And you've heard the testimony of the code officer. Do you have any questions regarding his testimony?
We have made some progress since those pictures were taken. And one of the reasons I can't get it done in a timely fashion is I work full-time and I got COVID last January, and they're still telling me long COVID. That's all I can get them to say. But I have trouble breathing and, but I have taken 2 trailer loads to the dump station, and I've got a pile out there now. They won't come pick up my bulk. They've missed me 2 months in a row on picking up my bulk that I put on the street. That would help a lot if they would, because you can only make the pile so big.
Right.
So, but that would help a lot. And I'm asking, I'd like to have another 120 days because I've already hired 2 sets of people to come help. And I've had some stuff stolen from those guys. And I'm trying to find somebody that's bonded to come out and help me get this stuff out of here.
So you're asking for a total of 120 days to get it done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else you'd like us to know?
No, sir. Just, well, there's one thing. I really think, and I know everybody says no, but down there where we live, they're wanting to buy all these houses. The city does. And I don't want to sell. and a lot of other people have. And I really think part of this is just trying to get me to, give up and sell, and I don't want to sell. So I believe that for sure.
Understood. All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Apia, do you have any questions for Mr. Michelle?
No questions, ready to close.
All right, thank you, Ms. Apia.
The city requests that no civil penalty be issued at this time. The city further requests that the owner be ordered to abate the nuisance within 30 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the cost associated against the property.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. So, Mr. Michelle, you've heard what the city's asked. They're asking for no civil penalty at this time, but they're asking for a 30-day abatement order. And so
I'd just like to have more time, because like I
understand.
said, I've been trying to hire people, and I keep getting bums and steal stuff. I need to get somebody that's bonded.
Understood.
This COVID thing, I'm very slow.
Understood.
Luckily, I have a very easy job, or I wouldn't even be able to work.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Apia, anything further?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. At this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing, open the floor for a motion in a second. Mr. Black?
Second.
So a motion by Mr. Black, second by Mr. Walker for no civil penalty at this time. Madam Secretary, any discussion? Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to assess no civil penalty. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Mr. Walker? Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Mr. Black?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Black, second by Mr. Walker for a 60-day nuisance abatement order. Any discussion here? Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to abate the nuisance within 60 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Mr. Walker? Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
And that motion passes 7-0. So this commission has issued no civil penalty at this time, but has ordered the owner to abate the nuisance within 60 days. And if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the costs associated against the property. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 60 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days, the date the city mails a copy of our order. Mr. Michelle, if you find yourself in need of additional time, you can file an amendment and come before the commission with evidence of your progress, and we can assess if additional time is warranted. Again, I encourage you to stay in contact with your code officer in relation to that amendment. He can direct you on the best way to file that, and if you need it. So we really appreciate your attendance today. Wish you the best on resolving this issue. Thank you, Mr. Michelle. Madam Secretary.
Next case is an amendment case, administrative civil penalty case residential. This is 3631 Avenue N, AKA Lot 20, Block 126, Polytechnic Heights Addition, in addition to the city of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, according to the plat thereof recorded in volume 63, page 109 of the plat records, Tarrant County, Texas, and more commonly known as 3621 Avenue N, Fort Worth, Texas. Owner is Joyce Masilag, a single woman as her sole and separate property. Lien holder is FYP LLC. This case was identified on January 23, 2023, and was officer initiated. The owner was present at the January 22nd, 2024 hearing when the commission assessed an administrative civil penalty of $100 per day for 45 days for a total of $4,500 and ordered the owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days. The owner had until February 21st, 2024 to comply with the order. A representative for the owner requested an amendment on February 15, 2024. The owner's representative is requesting an additional 60 days to abate the nuisance and a reduction or removal of the $4,500 administrative civil penalty. Notice to appear for today's hearing was mailed and posted on March 4, 2024. Statement on status is 90% abated. We do have an appearance form from owner Joyce Masilak.
Good afternoon, Ms. Maslak. So since it's an amendment, you get to go first. And first, if you could state your name and city of residence for the record.
Joyce Maslak, Fort Worth, Texas.
Thank you. And what can you tell us about your progress on the property?
I have got almost everything off. I've got a couple of things that are left. I do have pictures that we're taking. Unfortunately, it did rain last night, so I did have to stop. But these are like current pictures.
Okay. If you could help our executive secretary place it here on this projector, and you may have to help us scroll through because it's, we don't want to see things we don't want to see.
Oh, no, I put it in a totally
Okay, so
separate
can we rotate
file. And
that?
it looks like crap on there. It
No,
looks much better
fine.
in person.
Thank you.
Or on the,
And when were these pictures taken?
this was taken this morning,
This morning. Okay, great.
yes. Like I said, I got all the backyard complete. I even got him to get his scrap metal out. My parents' boyfriend is gone. He's still in jail, so we didn't have issues with getting it off there. We just had issues of time and getting it done. But it's 90% done. I don't think I need any more time as far as it goes.
Well, let's see what we do here. Okay.
There's a little
perfect.
bit left there. The shingles that are there's a pile in the backyard, which is, she'll go back a little itty. It's right there. Actually, it's right there. You see that little itty bitty pile? Like
Right.
that is shingles. We can't take them until the 3rd when my ex-spouse will be getting paid.
Okay.
Because there's no legal place to dump shingles without paying for it.
Understood. So has everybody seen the photos to their satisfaction? Okay. And so you're requesting today for a elimination of the penalty, and
Yes, please.
it'd probably be good to ask for additional time to finish up the last, in my opinion.
Okay.
What do you think? Because we're not quite finished, right? You're almost finished.
Not quite, but Mr. Washington did say if I tidied up the front yard, it would be due for closure,
Right.
which is, because I can't afford another day like this. I've lost my job today over this because I should have been there.
Understood.
So I don't even know how I'm going to.
Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
I've been working on it hard. My parents are currently out of the house. We are still working on just little stuff. I do have, I forget the gentleman's name. I think it's Ivan. He is working with us on the house part, on getting that stuff fixed. And now, not knowing the job situation just yet, I don't know how that's going to go forward. So I'm trying to get at least one thing off of me.
Understood. All right. Ms. Apia, do you have any questions for the property owner?
The city has no questions, Mr. Chairman, and the city is also unopposed to the request for additional time and the request for removal of the penalty.
That's great. So, Ms. Maslek, you've heard that the city is unopposed to your request for elimination of the civil penalty and your request for additional time. So, we would, so Ms. Apia, it's like the 30-day would be, you're not opposed to a 30-day?
Not opposed to 30 days.
Thank you,
Or
ma'am.
on, the paperwork said 60 days, we would be unopposed to that as well.
Okay. So you have I'm going to give you the option of 30 or 60 days. Which would you prefer? And you could tell us. Either way is fine. They're not opposed to 60 days.
Okay, I'll take 60.
Okay.
I'll get it done before then.
Good answer. All right. Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
No, I am working on some of that extra like wood structure thing that's
Right.
coming down eventually, so we're trying to get everything.
Well,
It's just, got the trash out and then we're working on building. But we did complete one of Ivan's requests, so we did take down that extra storage in the back, so we did get that done.
This should help. Anything further, Ms. Apia?
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
All
Thank
right.
you.
At this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor for a motion to second. You can take a seat. Is it Mr. Walker?
I move that the owner be given an additional 60 days from today's date to abate the nuisance.
Second that.
So I have a motion by Mr. Walker, second by Mr. Alou. Any discussion? Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to grant the additional 60 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Mr. Walker.
T be removed.
We have a motion by Mr. Walker, second by Mr. Alou to remove the civil penalty. Any discussion? I would like to say thank you for doing this. I'm very impressed that this is moved forward the way it did. So anything further, Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to remove the civil penalty. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Mr. Walker? Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Okay, so this commission has granted an additional 60 days to abate the nuisance and has removed the civil penalty. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days of the date the city mails a copy of our order. We wish you the best on resolving this, and thank you for your participation and cooperation on resolving it to this far. Thanks so much. Madam Secretary.
The next case is a continued new case residential, HS-24-58, 2648 Avenue H, primary structure, AKA lots 1 and 2, Block 61, Polythenic Heights addition, in addition to the city of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, according to plat recorded in volume 63, page 109, plat records, Tarrant County, Texas, owners Robert J. Harris and wife Edna D. Harris. There are no lien holders and no appearance forms.
Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Estevan Castillo.
Do we have an appearance, someone to appear? No. We can proceed with the city's case.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Esteban Castillo, and I'm the code officer for the City of Fort Worth. and I'll be presenting evidence for 2648 Avenue H. The case background: the case originated back in February 10th of 2023. It was initiated by Officer Vargas. The fire date was on October 13th, 2023. Notices were sent out on February 10th, 2023, October 13th, 2023, December 1st, 2023, and March 4th, 2024. As of Friday, March 22, 2024, there is no active permits on file. As of March 8th, the structure is still vacant and open. I apologize. March 2022, the structure is still vacant and open. An administrative search warrant was served on March 8th, 2024, without the owner, Robert J. Harris, present. The current owner's deed was recorded March 28, 1979. Notice to appear at today's hearing was mailed and posted on the property on March 6, 2024. The structure is currently in a substandard and hazardous condition due to charred and deteriorated exterior and interior walls with breaches, charred floor with breaches, ceiling material falling due to fire damage to the ceiling joists and rafters. Roof is charred and has breaches in multiple rooms. Window and door frames are charred and broken. There are other conditions that contribute to the structure being in violation of the minimum building standards, and they can be found in the construction report. There are several gathering places within less than a mile of this property, including churches, schools, stores, and other public gatherings, such as a public park. I have not been able to get in contact with the owners or heirs to this property. Staff recommends that the Building Standards Commission declare the structure to be substandard and hazardous, and the owner be given 30 days to repair or demolish the structure. If the owner does not comply with said order, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Thank you, officer. Questions for the officer? So you've noted that it was vacant and open?
Yes.
I thought are there just some breaches that haven't been secured with chain link?
Yeah, we've secured it multiple times, and we secured it with a chain link fence because the rear of the property is a big opening, and we secured it with a wire fence, but they keep cutting it open, so we've had to.
I understand. Thank you for clarifying that. Other questions from commissioners? All right. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Unell.
I'm just curious. This says that it's new case residential continued.
It's continued from our last meeting. We had to continue some cases because we lost quorum. Madam Secretary, do we have an appearance form handy for this gentleman?
Not for this case.
Oh, it's not this for the other case. I'm sorry. So we have no one in appearance?
No, no owners have contacted us or anybody interested in the party.
Thank you for clarifying that. Ms. Apia, do commissioners have any questions for the inspector? Ms. Apia, would you like to close?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The city requests that the structure be declared substandard and hazardous. The city further requests that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, the city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. At this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor for a motion in a second. Mr. Alou?
Yes, I move that the structure be declared substandard and hazardous.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Alou, second by Mr. Walker to declare the structure substandard and hazardous. Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to declare the structure substandard and hazardous. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Yes. Mr. Hodgins? Yes. Mr. Unell? Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Mr. Alou?
Yes, I move that the owner be ordered to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, and if the owner fails to repair or demolish the structure within 30 days, city staff be authorized to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Alou, second by Mr. Walker for a 30-day repair, demolish order. Any discussion here? Madam Secretary?
This is a motion to order repair the structure within 30 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hodgins? Mr. Yunel? Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
This is 7-0. So this commission has found the structure, or declared the structure to be substandard and hazardous, and it has ordered the owner to repair, demolish the structure within 30 days. And if the owner fails to repair, demolish the structure within 30 days, authorizes city staff to enter onto the property and cause the demolition of said structure and lien all costs associated with the demolition against the property. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 30 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days, the date the city mails a copy of our order. The commission also gives notice that failure on the part of the owner to comply with today's order may result in the scheduling and conducting of a civil penalty hearing to determine the amount of penalty to be paid. Madam Secretary.
The next case is an amendment case, administrative civil penalty case residential. This is ACP-24-40, 2320 North Edgewood Terrace, AKA, being situated in the state of Texas, the county of Tarrant, and the city of Fort Worth, being a part of the J.L. Purvis survey, abstract number 1228, being all of a tract of land conveyed to Bank of New York by deed recorded in clerk's file number D207241859 of the official public records of Tarrant County, Texas. Owners are Marvin Rigoberta Saravia Canales and Liliana Sarai Devora Aguilar. Lien holder is Request 2020 LLC. This case was identified on April 29th, 2023, and was citizen initiated. The owner was present at the January 22nd, 2023 hearing when the commission assessed an administrative civil penalty of $100 per day for 45 days for a total of $4,500 and ordered the owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days. The owner had until February 21st, 2024 to comply with the order. A representative for the owner requested an amendment on February 8th, 2024. The owner's representative is requesting an additional 0 days to abate the nuisance and reduction of or removal of the $4,500 administrative civil penalty. Notice to appear for today's hearing was mailed and posted on March 4th, 2024. The statement on the status is 100% abated, and we do have an appearance form from owner Liliana Devora.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Ms. Devora, were you present to take the oath of truth earlier today?
Yes.
Thank you. Since this is an amendment case, you get to present your information first. So if you'd like to approach.
On the statement of status, it says 100% abated. Did the city put that? That's,
Yes.
okay, so I guess.
Let me kind of get started and we'll deal with that. So could you please state your name and city of residence for the record?
Liliana Devora, Fort Worth.
Liliana Devora, Fort Worth.
Thank you. And what can you tell us about your property?
¿Qué es lo que nos puedes platicar acerca de su propiedad?
Que ya cumplí con lo que había dicho de limpiar la propiedad
I've done everything that I was asked to do to clean the property.
y venía aquí para ver si me podían retirar la multa.
And I've come here to ask if you could take off the fine.
No necesité más del tiempo que requerí.
I didn't need any more time that was required.
Es todo.
And that's it.
All right, thank you.
Bien, gracias.
Ms. Apia?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city has no questions, and the city is unopposed to the request for the removal of the penalty.
Thank you, Ms. Apia.
Gracias, señora Sofía.
I do have one question, I guess.
Tengo
Can
yo
I,
una
maybe she'll be able to answer it?
Yes.
I noticed there were emails on here from residents recent saying not to allow it. Was it made compliant within the last week or so?
So the emails are referencing a separate matter that has nothing to do with the accumulation.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Ms. Apia.
Eso, señora Sofía.
So, Ms. DeVore, you've heard the city is unopposed to your request.
Que están de acuerdo con su petición.
Do you have anything to add?
¿Tiene algo a agregar? No. No.
Thank you.
Gracias.
And Ms. Apia, anything further?
¿Algo más?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor for a motion and a second. Ms. Thompson? We'll need just two motions. Just one motion to remove the penalty.
La multa.
I move to remove the civil penalty in this issue at this time.
So we have a motion by Ms. Thompson, second by Mr. Black to remove the civil penalty. Any discussion? Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to remove the civil penalty. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Liu?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. So this commission has voted or has moved to remove the civil penalty. Ms. DeVore, thank you so much for abating the nuisance on this property and for taking care of that. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days of the date the city mails a copy of our order.
Después de que reciben una copia de nuestro orden.
I'm sorry, Ms. Scott, for going so quickly. Thank you, Ms. DeVore, and thank you for cleaning this.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
This is the final case on the agenda. It's a continued administrative civil penalty case residential, ACP-24-63, 5051 Reed, AKA Lot 10, Block 3 of Eastwood Addition, fourth filing, in addition to the City of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, according to the plat thereof recorded in volume 388-5, page 117 of the plat records of Tarrant County, Texas. Owner is Gloria L. Harris. Lien holders, City Financial Mortgage Company, Inc., and we have no appearance forms.
Ms. Apia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls Code Officer Joshua Washington.
My name is Joshua Washington. I am a code enforcement officer for the City of Fort Worth Nuisance Abatement Section. I'll be giving my testimony in reference to administrative civil case ACP-24-63 at the address of 5051 Reed Street. This violation was identified on August 18, 2022. The violation was officer initiated. There have been several notices mailed certified and regular to the owner and hand delivered to the property. Despite the city's efforts, the property remains in violation. There have been 8 inspections by multiple officers since the inception of this case. 2 citations were issued prior to being sent to nuisance abatement. An administrative search warrant was needed to enter the property. There have been 8 contacts with multiple additional attempts to contact the owner, family, or tenant/occupants. The nuisance abatement order was posted at the property on January 2nd, 2024, and expired on January 12th, 2024. A notice to appear for today's hearing was mailed and posted on the property March 4th, 2024, and the last inspection was performed on March 22nd, 2024. The staff recommendation is to assess a civil penalty of $4,400. Also, order the owner to remove the items outlined in Ordinance 11A-26, A127, and 8, within 30 days from the effective date of the order. If the owner does not remove all of the ordered items within that 30-day period, authorize the city staff to enter upon the property and cause the removal of said items and lien all costs associated with the removal against the property. The reason for the amount of the civil penalty requested is the fact that no measurable progress has been made since the nuisance abatement order was posted on the property on January 2nd, 2024. The property contains a health hazard of items that can harbor vectors. This address has had active child service since March 20th, 2012. This case was originally on the February 26th agenda, but was continued to the March 25th hearing at the city's request. The requested civil penalty is calculated from the day after the expiration of the nuisance abatement order to the day before the February 26th hearing. Additional penalty is not requested for the additional days that have elapsed since the last hearing. And this concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Officer Washington. Officer Washington, to your knowledge, is this resident of this structure, is it occupied, to your knowledge?
Yes.
It is occupied. Thank you. Other questions of the officer? Do you know if it's owner occupied or is it?
It is owner occupied.
Tenant occupied? Owner occupied.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Ms. Apia, would you like to close?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The city requests that the commission issue a civil penalty to the owner in the amount of $100 per day for 44 days for a total amount of $4,400. The city further requests that the commission order the owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the cost associated against the property.
Thank you, Ms. Apia. At this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and open the floor to a motion, and a second. Where are we? Mr. Unell?
I move that the owner be ordered to abate the nuisance within 30 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the cost associated against the property.
A motion by Mr. Unell and seconded by Mr. Black for a 30-day nuisance abatement order. Any discussion? Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to abate the nuisance within 30 days. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Mr. Hudgens?
Yes.
Mr. Unell?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Mr. Unell.
I move that we issue a civil penalty to the owner in the amount of $100 per day for 44 days for a total amount of $4,400.
Motion by Mr. Unell, second by Mr. Black to issue a civil penalty in the amount of $4,400. Any discussion? Madam Secretary.
This is a motion to assess a civil penalty in the amount of $100 per day for 44 days for a total of $4,400. Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Black? Mr. Hudgens? Mr. Unell? Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Alou?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
That motion passes 7-0. So this commission has issued a civil penalty to the owner in the amount of $100 a day for 44 days for a total amount of $4,400. This commission has also ordered the owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days, and if the owner does not comply, authorize city staff to enter onto the property and abate the nuisance and lien the costs associated against the property. Owners have rights. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to request an amendment within 30 days from the date of the order. The owners, lien holders, and mortgagees of record have the right to file an appeal to the Tarrant County District Court within 30 days, the date the city mails a copy of our order. And I believe that was our last case. We have a motion to adjourn. Motion, Mr. Black, second by Mr. Unell. It's 3:05 p.m. Building Standards Commission is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.